Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Allie. "Can I borrow your earrings?" Elena asks, holding up the dangly pair Macy got me for Christmas last year. "You know, with how often you borrow them, you might as well ask Macy where she got them," I reply, not taking my gaze off my mirror as I draw the perfect cat eye. I tried. She refuses to tell me. "Maybe I have a reason for that," Macy says pointedly as she shimmies into her dress. "But if you insist..." She heads to her dresser and pulls out a small box. "Happy early birthday." Elena squeals and throws her arms around Macy. "You're the best." Now, I'm starting to feel less special, I tease, turning away from the mirror. Macy grins. "Well, I bought some for myself too." "Now, we can all match. It's like a best friend's necklace, but less tacky." We may all be going into cosmetology, but Macy has always been the one who is the most fastidious about her looks. "Then, I guess we all have to wear them tonight," I say, snatching my set from Elena. "Our last college party deserves to be special." As I fasten my earrings into my ears, a sense of unease comes over me. My boyfriend, Justin, is the one hosting the party. He's waiting to hear where he'll be drafted into the NHL. So now it feels like I'm counting down the seconds until we have to end it and say goodbye. As proud as I am of him and his prowess in the rink, I have this terrible feeling that he will have to make a choice between us and the game. And I'm not about to hold him back, even if he rips a piece of my heart out and takes it with him when he goes. "Girl, you look hot," Elena says, admiring me in the mirror. My cocktail dress is a shimmering emerald, complementing my dark skin tone. The green of my eyeshadow matches it, and I've paired it with a bold lipstick. We all want to look our best before getting trashed one last time as college students, even if technically, we've already graduated and are supposedly ready to take on the world. Whether or not we're actually ready is up for debate. You're not so bad yourself. "Whose closet did you raid this time?" I tease. Elena is our resident clothing thief. We've learned to tolerate it, especially because she makes sure to always wash it and put it back in its proper place. Also, she bakes, and that always makes up for any damaged clothes. Elena shrugs. "I can't help it if Macy has a ton of cute outfits in my size." Macy clears her throat, and Elena bats her long lashes at her. And that she's an amazingly generous best friend who loves to share her wardrobe. Macy rolls her eyes, but the quirk of her lips makes her amusement obvious. "Ready?" Elena throws her arm around my shoulder. "Ready." I feel my smile becoming tight as I nod. There is a sense of finality to it, like this will be one of the many lasts I'm about to experience. Let's go. We hear the party before we get to the apartment. The building reverberates with the heavy bass of the music, and Justin should consider himself lucky that pretty much everyone has moved out after graduation, because the whole place is a noise complaint waiting to happen. The door is already open, so we let ourselves in just in time for the show. Justin and his teammates are shirtless and doing planks over bowls of booze. One falls, landing face first into the alcohol. He slurps it all down while the rest cheer. It's down to 3 competitors, but one is already looking shaky. Justin, though, still sits strong. The only sign of strain is the way his back muscles bulge with the effort. I take a moment to appreciate it, while Elena disappears to get us drinks. The weak link collapses, leaving only two. "Let's go, Justin," I cheer. Hearing my voice, he looks up to me and grins. "I'm winning this for you, babe." A victory for the ladies' favor, and they say chivalry is dead, Macy quips. Though there is no heat to her sarcasm. She has a deadpan sense of humor, one that is easy to read as attitude until you get to know her. I elbow her in the ribs. "You'd better cheer for my man." She arches an eyebrow in response, and then does jazz hands. "Woo-hoo, Justin! You can do it!" Her tone is flat and emotionless, and I expect nothing less. His opponent, Mike, is starting to look shaky. His face is turning red with the effort of holding the plank, and then, with a gasp, he collapses, his face smacking into the bowl of booze. The crowd erupts in cheers as he slurps it up, and Justin gets to his feet, pumping his fists in victory. He chugs the bowl and sweeps through the throngs of people to me. "Where's my victory kiss?" he says, taking me by the waist and dipping me. Rolling my eyes, I can't help the giggle that escapes in response to his antics. "My hero!" We lock lips, the room erupting again as the seconds tick on. He tastes like Red Bull and vodka. Underneath the smell of booze, though, is his musky scent. Closing my eyes, I inhale, savoring this moment as though it might be our last together. But all things must come to an end, and unfortunately, we need to breathe. We come up for air at the same time, but he doesn't let go. He tugs me in close, his arm wrapped possessively around my waist. "You are so hot," he says. I lean my head against his chest. "And you're drunk." "Yeah, on loving you, babe." "Has anyone ever told you that you're a corny drunk?" "Yeah, you. Whenever we drink." I chuckle. "Well, it's still true. You're the corniest drunk I've ever met. You know you love me." I stand on my tiptoes to kiss his cheek. Yeah, I do. "And I love shots," Elena proclaims, returning with her hands full of shot glasses. I have no idea how she can carry them all, but she does. 2 shots each. Macy and I take ours, and we pound them back without batting an eye. A warm, pleasant buzz fills my system, and I lean against Justin. "Let's dance," I say. "Hell yeah," Elena exclaims, dragging the 4 of us to the dance floor. As always, Justin's choice in music is impeccable and perfect for a college blowout. Tomorrow we can be adults. We can start our jobs and plan our futures. But tonight will be fun, even if I have to drag Fun Alley kicking and screaming out of the little hole she's crawled into in order to escape the anxiety of losing him. We dance until we're dizzy and our feet are sore, stopping only to drink. As the night wears on, our moves become clumsier and more ridiculous. It seems like everyone has collectively decided that we're going to make the most of tonight. "I need food," Justin announces. "I'll grab you a slice of pizza while I'm there." "Thanks, babe," I say, and stand on my tiptoes to kiss his cheek. I miss a little and get his ear, but I don't care. I'm having a great time, but Drunk Alley is an impatient alley, so I'm only dancing for another minute before I decide to join him in the kitchen. But he isn't there. He's not in the main room either, so I make my way down the hall and to his bedroom. I find him standing in the dark, his eyes wide and his mouth hanging open. He holds his cell phone to his ear. For a moment, I worry that something terrible has happened. But then his face lights up, and in spite of myself, my heart sinks even further. "Yes, sir," he says. "Thank you, sir. I'll be there by Friday. You won't regret this." He hangs up his phone, and overjoyed, he scoops me up and swings me in a circle like I'm a Disney princess. "I got drafted into the Florida Mustangs," he announces, and then kisses me. Despite the growing lump in my throat, I kiss him back, and before I can get a word in, He sets me down and rushes to the party in the living room. "I just got drafted into the Florida Mustangs!" he shouts, announcing it to everyone. The whole party explodes into exclamations of excitement. I should be out there. I know I should. But I can't bring myself to move from this spot. A sickly feeling curdles in my stomach, and it's not fair. I know it isn't fair, but I feel tears threatening to spill from my eyes. I am so proud of Justin. I really am. But Florida is so far away, and he attended here as a student from out of state. He has nothing tying him here. He has no reason to come back to me. This really is goodbye, and the knowledge threatens to break my heart, but it won't be fair of me to beg him to stay, not when he's the best hockey player I've ever seen. And I've seen plenty of great players at his games. He's going to go far. I know it. He just might be the next big star if he plays his cards right. So, I can't let him be distracted. I can't hold him back. Because that's love, isn't it? You love someone so much that you're willing to let them go if that's what they truly need. I watch him smiling as people clap him on the back and shake his hand. He's worked so hard all his life. He deserves to have a great career and a great future. And who knows? Maybe we'll find our way back to each other again. It's a vain hope, but it's something I can cling to. It might not be goodbye forever, just for a little while.
Chapter 2. Justin. All my friends cheer, hug me, clap me on the back, and congratulate me. The world has become a blur of faces and voices, all so excited on my behalf. But where's Allie? She was the first person I told. Of course she was. I know I must have left her behind in my excitement to share the news, but she normally would be back at my side by now. This is one of the happiest moments of my life, and I want my girlfriend to share it with me. Finally, I spot her right where I left her in the doorway to the bedroom. Her expression is difficult to read. She's smiling, but it seems frozen in place, and her eyes are glassy as though she's on the verge of tears. And then realization hits. Allie plans to stay here in Colorado and start a salon with Macy and Elena. I'm moving to Florida. "Excuse me," I say, and wade my way through the crowd of people to get to her. I'm not entirely sure what to say, but I know I have to tell her something. Allie, though, seems to snap out of her daze as I approach, her smile widening but still not meeting her eyes. She throws her arms around me and gives me a hug. "I'm so proud of you." And then she kisses me. But it doesn't feel like our usual kisses. There's a sense of finality to it, like she's kissing me goodbye. But I'm not ready to let her go. As the crowd oohs and ahs, I hold her close, my hand never leaving her waist as the party resumes. Everyone else is so happy for me, but I feel the tension in Allie as people joke about me having to fend off gators in the rink and becoming the ultimate Florida man. "Guess who found some champagne?" Elena exclaims, popping the cork and pouring the four of us a glass. Allie quickly downs hers before smiling back at me. It's slightly less forced, but still more sad than happy. "You know, you're gonna outshine them all in Florida. I mean, it's not like they get a lot of ice and snow down there. You'll have the home advantage." "Not exactly," I say. "I heard that they unleash the gators at halftime. You have to skate around them without being eaten." Macy chuckles. "I'd definitely watch more sports if they released alligators during the game. Makes things a lot more interesting." Elena pours Allie another glass of champagne. To my relief, she nurses it this time instead of downing it. "If you wrestled the gators, would you end up in the penalty box?" Allie asks. I grin, glad that some of her sense of humor has returned. "You and the gator both." She salutes me. "Well then, Godspeed. You'll need all the luck you can get." I smirk, leaning into her space and throwing my arm around her shoulder. Who needs luck? I've got the skills to beat gators, people, and even Florida man. She giggles. "Okay, slow down." For a moment, things are normal. This party is just like any other. But as silence lapses between us, I feel that tension returning, and I have no idea how to make it better. I try to have fun, maybe overcompensating a bit as she retreats into herself more and more as the night wears on. Everyone is so happy for me, and it's hard not to think about anything else. I'm going to be a pro in the NHL. This is my big break. But every time I see the expression on Allie's face when she thinks I'm not paying attention, I feel my heart squeeze. I wish she could come with me. But her life is here. Her future is here, and mine is not. The party lasts long into the night, winding down at around 4 in the morning. I'm exhausted and more than a little drunk, but I need to talk to her. The cool night air revives me a bit. She sits against the wall, and I join her. For a while, we don't say anything. We just stare up at the stars. I don't want you to think that I'm not happy for you. I am. She takes my hand. You've worked so hard for this, and now all that hard work is paying off. I'm so proud of you, and I know that you'll go far. I give her hand a squeeze. I wish you could come with me. She sighs. I kind of wish it too. But my life is here. I can't just ditch Macy and Elena, not when we're about to go into business together. And you can't pass this up. I shake my head. I know. She sighs, resting her head back against the wall. Do you remember freshman year chemistry? How could I not? I chuckle. We had chemistry, all right. She rolls her eyes at the lame joke. It was one we'd made 1,000,000 times, and every time one would make it, the other would cringe dramatically. We met freshman year in our science class when our teacher assigned us to be lab partners. She was the math whiz, while I handled the dangerous chemicals in our experiments. We made a great team and hit it off. It sounds like a romantic cliché, but we've been together ever since. You know, I was so nervous during our experiment that I nearly spilled hydrochloric acid all over the both of us, she says with a wistful smile. I raise my eyebrows. You? Nervous? Well, there was this really cute guy, and I didn't want to look stupid in front of him. I smirk. Funny. I felt the same way about the cute girl who was assigned to be my lab partner. Chuckling, she sighs and rests her head against my shoulder. This sucks. I should be so happy for you, but I'm being selfish. All I can think about is how much I'll miss you. We don't have to break up, I say. Long distance will be hard, but we can do it. Sitting up, she shakes her head, her brown eyes impossibly sad. That won't be fair. I know you'd never cheat, but you'll be surrounded by gorgeous women, and I don't want to hold you back, especially if you find someone you really love. I won't, I begin, but she holds up her hand. You never know. No one does, but it won't be fair for me either. You're my first love, but I think I need to figure out who I am outside of us, and you do too. So this is it? I ask. We're breaking up? She swallows, her eyes glassy. It's the best thing for both of us. This should be the best night of my life. How can it also be the most devastating? I want to be mad at her. I want to yell at her not to give up on us so quickly. I want to call and cancel my contract with the Mustangs. But I know she's right. As much as it hurts now, this is the best way forward for both of us. She looks up at me, her eyes glassy. I'm so sorry. I wanted to wait until tomorrow or another time before you left. Now I've ruined the proudest moment of your life. I shake my head. No, you're right. The best thing for us is to break up. I just wish it didn't have to be this way. Bringing up our entwined fingers, I kiss the back of her hand. With her free hand, she wipes the tears from her eyes. You never know, she says. Well, we might find our way back to each other someday. In spite of myself, a smile ghosts across my lips. I hope so. With a sigh, I stare up at the stars. The full moon hangs heavy in the night sky. But can we be broken up tomorrow? I'd like one more night with my girlfriend. She smiles and leans up to kiss my cheek. And I'd like one more night with my boyfriend. We should be celebrating, after all. She nibbles on my earlobe, sending a shiver of pleasure coursing through me. I turn my head and lock her lips in a deep kiss. It's a kiss to proclaim I love you, and a kiss to say goodbye, and a kiss to say, don't ever forget about me. She moans against my mouth as my pants strain against me. Giggling, she pulls me to my feet and drags me downstairs. As disappointed as I am by the delay, I know that my bedroom is infinitely preferable to the rooftop. Besides, the apartment is mostly empty by the time we get there. Macy and Elena are leaning against each other, passed out on the couch while a few other friends are strewn about. Thankfully, we don't have to evict anyone from my bedroom. I shut it behind me and manage to lock it while still making out with Allie. I remove my shirt and pants while she shimmies out of her dress. We fall into bed together, enjoying one last night of passion as a couple. The next morning, we will no longer be together. She'll wake up hungover and rouse her two friends. I'll offer to make a greasy breakfast, but she'll refuse, saying it's best if they go. And I'll let her go. I'll clean out the apartment, pack my bags, and take the next flight to Orlando to begin training with the Mustangs. I'll leave her behind. We'll go our separate ways and probably never cross paths again. But for tonight, we'll enjoy each other one last time.
Chapter 3. Allie. 10 years later. The bacon and eggs sizzle in the pan as I hum along to the song playing on my phone. I sway my hips in time to the music as I transfer the food to a couple plates. "Brayden!" I shout. "Breakfast!" My 10-year-old son shuffles into the kitchen and plops down at one of the tables, still yawning and rubbing his eyes. "What did you make?" he mumbles, still sleepy. "Bacon and eggs." I serve him up a plate before making my own and set both on the table with a bottle of hot sauce. He liberally splashes his meal with it before pouring himself a glass of orange juice. Though he seems satisfied with his drink, he's eyeing my cup of coffee pleadingly. I roll my eyes. "You haven't liked it any of the times I've let you try it before. Aunt Macy says that it's an acquired taste." I chuckle. "And you're much too young to acquire it." "Please?" His green eyes are wide and round like a doe's. I've never been able to say no to those eyes. Not to Brayden, and not to his father. Sighing, I pass him my cup. Just one sip. His entire face lights up and he takes a gulp, only for his nose to wrinkle in disgust, the way it always does. Still, he valiantly swallows and forces a smile as he hands it back to me. "Delicious." "You know the definition of insanity, right?" I ask, taking a sip. "Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result." He replies, the words memorized from the hundreds of conversations we'd had before. In truth, though, I love this morning ritual. I don't know why my son is so determined to become a coffee connoisseur, but it's become our thing. "What's on the agenda for today?" I ask after a bite of eggs. Brayden sighs. "I have a math test." "On what?" "Fractions mostly, but also some long division." He takes a vicious bite of his bacon. "Math is so boring." "Well, maybe you're thinking of it the wrong way. Math is sort of like a mystery. You're given a bunch of clues, and then you have to solve it like a detective." He's quiet for a moment, considering my words. The kid has really gotten into mystery books lately and is telling me all the time about how he wants to be a detective. "Do you really have to use math to solve mysteries?" "All the time. That's how most mysteries are solved, I think." He huffs. "Then I guess I need to know it." That's what I like to hear. "Now, eat up. We gotta go." We quickly finish our food, and after making sure that he has everything he needs for the day, we pile into the car. His school is on the way to the salon, so I always drop him off for the before school care program before heading into work. Pulling up to the curb out front, I bring the car to a stop. "Bye, Mom," he says, unbuckling his seatbelt and opening the door. "Wait, aren't you forgetting something?" I ask. Arching an eyebrow, he rolls his eyes but lunges forward. wrapping his arms around my shoulders. Love you. I kiss his cheek. Love you too. Have a good day. And don't get into too much trouble. You too, he says, grabbing his backpack, shutting the door behind him and jogging up to a group of friends heading into the school. I watch him disappear into the front doors and sigh. Braden is a good kid. I wish his father could be around to see the man he's becoming, but I made that choice long ago. It's too late now. And my life is pretty good, all things considered. I have an amazing son and a successful business that I work with my two best friends. I wouldn't change a thing. I pull into the reserved spots at the back of the salon and enter through the employee entrance. Macy and Elena are already there setting up, so I make my way to the list of appointments for the day. We also take walk-ins, of course, but the appointments help me plan for who is available when the walk-ins show up. In the decades since starting this salon, we've grown from a 3-person operation to a business that employs 7 other hairdressers, plus 3 makeup artists and a receptionist. We're even considering becoming a day spa as well, offering manicures, pedicures, and massages, though that likely won't be for another few years. For now, though, we're one of the top-rated small businesses in the area and have a loyal customer base, and that is enough for me. We have a bit of a hard case today, Macy says, passing me her notes on a client who called in need of serious TLC. It looks as though she's coming out of a depressive episode after a major breakup, and her hair, which was already showing signs of damage from the relaxers she'd put in, was completely unmanageable. While I make sure that all my stylists are experts at working on all black hair types, working with 4C hair is my strength, so they often reserve those cases for me. I'm already calculating how to mitigate the damage and give her the perfect look. In college, I double majored in cosmetology and business, alongside Macy and Elena, and as much as I enjoy the administration side of things, my real passion lies in making people look like their best selves. Within an hour, the place is at capacity, and people are waiting in the chairs for their appointment. My appointment comes in at about 9, her hair frizzy and clearly badly damaged. How do you feel about a shorter cut? I ask, examining her hair as she sits in the chair. Will you really have to cut it all off? She asks. I rub the dry, frizzy hair between 2 fingers, and several strands break off. I'm not sure how much of this I can save, but I turn her around to look her directly in the eye. I know a ton of fabulous short looks. You just came out of a bad breakup, right? New hair, new you. Will make your ex regret ever leaving. She chuckles at that, but it's tinged with melancholy. Did you ever have someone you thought would be forever? I nod, and then help her to her feet for a deep conditioner treatment. I did, yeah. But he got his dream job in another state, and I had to stay here. Do you regret it? She asks as she lies down at a hair washing station. Turning on the water and testing the temperature, I shake my head. I'm not gonna lie. The first year was hard, but I had my friends and family to lean on, this business to create, and my son. All that hurt is gonna pass, and you'll find out that there's more to life than romance. She closes her eyes as I scrub in the shampoo, rinse it out, and then work in the deep conditioner treatment. It doesn't feel like it will. It never does in the beginning, but you'll get there eventually. Tell me about your son, she says, and I can't help the smile that curls across my face. Well, he's whip smart for starters. He's got straight A's in all his classes and is the funniest kid I've ever met. He's a natural athlete, and popular too, but that doesn't go to his head. The kid has a big heart and treats everyone with kindness. I'm close with my niece and nephew. They're old enough for phones now and have been texting me memes every day. I'm too old to understand half of them without Googling, but they helped. I don't think I would have pulled myself out of this hole without them. I'm glad you have people like that. A timer dings, and I rinse out the conditioner treatment. She picks a tapered cut with twist-out curls on top. When she sees the end results, tears spring into her eyes. Are those happy tears or upset tears? I ask. I look amazing. She wipes her eyes. Thank you. I grin. It's my job, and I love to do it. The rest of the morning passes uneventfully. While we eat lunch, Elena looks up at me. So, are you going? I blink. Going where? She grins mischievously. I guess you haven't gotten the invitation yet. Our 10-year college reunion is coming up. Macy and I are going. You should too. Elena is planning on getting hammered just like we used to, Macy says. Elena shoots her a glare. Right, like you weren't telling me that you couldn't wait to relive our glory days last night. I meant meeting professors and old friends, not drinking like we're 22 again. As they bicker, I hear a rushing in my ears. I didn't realize they were even having a reunion. I don't know, I say. Come on, Elena wheedles, her eyes pleading. We can't have the iconic trio's triumphant return without you. I'd have to get a babysitter. Macy gives me a look that says without speaking that she sees through the weak excuse. It's just one night. You'll regret not going. I begin but cut myself off. They catch my meaning, though, and shrug. I don't know, Elena says. I didn't check who already RSVP'd. Oh. I'm not sure if knowing Justin was coming would make me more or less likely to go. He's a busy guy, so I doubt that he'll decide to take the time out of his busy schedule to see people he probably has completely forgotten about over the past decade. I mean, I haven't seen Justin for 10 years. I don't know what I would say to him, even if I do run into him at the reunion. Hi, Justin. Long time no see. I've missed you every single minute you were gone. By the way, you have a son. Surprise.
Chapter 4. Justin. The private jet rumbles to life as it taxis to the takeoff strip. I'm sitting on a plush chair with my feet up on a coffee table, a glass of whiskey in my hand. So when you get back from this, I have a photo shoot with Under Armour and a brand deal in the works with Bootlegger's Whiskey, my agent Carl says. There should be a free sample of it on the plane already. I swish the drink, inhaling the aroma. Smells like the good stuff. I take a sip, appreciating its smoothness as it goes down. Only the best for my favorite client, he replies. Your most lucrative client, more like. It's the off-season right now, so Carl is in a frenzy of creating brand deals for me to endorse. He chuckles. Is there a difference? Guess not. Taking another sip, I let the warmth flow through me, steadying me. 10 years. I'm coming back after 10 years. Is it going to be weird? I mean, people recognize me on the street now. I'm not just Justin Collins, college student anymore. I'm Justin Collins, NHL MVP and winner of the Stanley Cup. I don't think I've changed too much, but everyone around me seems to have. They see fame and dollar signs and they come out of the woodwork to try to be my friend. While I do enjoy the attention, it's hard to tell how much of it is people really liking me and how much of it is people pretending to like me so that they can say they're Justin Collins' friend, even if we're using friend in the loosest possible definition of the word. I don't know most of these people anymore. I can hear you thinking, Carl says, snapping me from my reverie. Don't hurt yourself. I chuckle. I'm just thinking about the reunion. It's going to be weird, won't it? Only if you make it weird. I can picture him shrugging on the other end of the line. Think of it this way. These are old friends. You can catch up with them, or you can ditch them, and let all your college buddies think that you think you're too good for them. My grip tightens on my phone. You know that isn't true. Do they? You're a celebrity now. They need to be able to see that you're also still just you. Carl sighs. Obviously, you don't have to go if you don't want to, but I think it'll be good. Not just for your image. I smile. Are you trying to tell me that I need more friends? Maybe. When's the last time you went on a date? I pick up women all the time, I retort, finishing off the whiskey. Not the same thing. I'm talking about a real dinner and a movie date. Cheryl, I reply, the whir of takeoff echoing the rushing in my ears. The model. That was 2 years ago. You dated her for 3 months. Was it really so long ago? That doesn't sound right. But as I rack my brain, I can't think of anyone else. I haven't been in a serious relationship since, well, Allie. What can I say? I'm married to the game. The airplane roars as it takes off, my ears popping. I grab a piece of chewing gum from my bag and pop it into my mouth to help with the change in pressure. And you're one of the best. I'm speaking now as your friend rather than your agent when I say this. But I do worry about you. I don't want you to live with any regrets. The admission sends a surprise feeling of warmth through me. Carl is not a touchy-feely guy, so his expression of concern is oddly sweet. Oh, you really are a big softy underneath all that Machiavellian PR nonsense, aren't you? And if you tell anyone, I'll drop you like a hot potato, he replies. I chuckle. Noted. Talk to you after the reunion, okay? Try to have fun, he replies and hangs up. I'm just about to put my phone away when it buzzes again. This time it's a message from my old roommate, Mike. Are you coming to the reunion? I smile to myself as I type. As nervous as I am that things will be weird, I'm excited to see everyone and relive my college glory days. Flying to Denver now. Wouldn't miss it for anything. Awesome. It's been too long, man. Do you know if Allie is... I begin to type and then erase it. After all, we haven't spoken since the morning after we broke up. Things are different now. Save me a seat at Rusty's. The bar was an old favorite of the hockey team. They liked to play fast and loose with ID checks there so we could go out and celebrate after every victory. Smiling, I shut off my phone and settle in for the next couple hours. I try watching a movie, but nothing seems to grab me, so instead I reminisce, mostly about Allie. I try not to think about her if I can help it. She's the one who broke up with me. I understand why, and I appreciate that she didn't want to hold me back, but it still hurt to say goodbye. The first love is the strongest, and losing it gouges deeper than any other kind of breakup. I think that a part of me will always carry a torch for her, but I bet she's forgotten all about me. After all, she hasn't contacted me in 10 years. I wonder if she's married now and has kids. I wonder if the salon she started with Elena and Macy is still in business. I wonder if she still lives in the area. Hell, for all I know, she's moved halfway across the world and joined a commune or something. Doesn't sound like Allie, but a lot can change in 10 years. I don't know what I'll do if I see her again. Maybe that spark will still be there. Or maybe it won't, and I can finally get some closure for our relationship. Regardless, I hope she comes. The plane touches down 4 hours later, and after dropping off my things at the hotel, I take a car to Rusty's to meet with Mike and the rest of the old team. He's standing outside the dive bar, a grin wide on his face. Justin, long time no see, man. He pats me on the back hard enough to make me stumble. Mike hasn't changed much. His physique is slightly softer, and he has some faint smile lines and a few more tattoos, but he still looks like the guy that I knew in college. He slings an arm around me and leads me into the bar. It's like taking a step back in time. All our old friends are milling about, chatting and laughing among themselves. Their senses of style and physiques may have changed a little, but it's still them. And when they see me, they smile and welcome me like no time has passed at all. You still like rum and coke, right? Steve, the bartender asks. I grin, shocked that he remembers after all these years. Absolutely. As I sip my drink and mingle with old friends, my eyes scan the room, searching for one face in particular. Allie. She's nowhere to be seen. Neither are Macy and Elena now that I'm thinking about it. That revelation is disappointing. Macy and Elena, at least, would be able to tell me what Allie has been up to. In college, they called themselves the Iconic Trio and the Three Musketeers. They were childhood friends who roomed together in college and went into business together. That's a friendship that stays with you. Macy and Elena stayed my friends on social media. We haven't really spoken since I left for Florida a decade ago. Allie, though, blocked me, and I never quite figured out why. When I asked her friends about it, they said it wasn't about me. She just needed a clean break, whatever that meant. Justin? Justin Collins, is that really you? Lexi Porter exclaims, grinning. She throws her arms around me in a hug. Hey, Lexi, it's so good to see you. I politely hug her back. It's been so long. It really has, but I've been watching every game. She smiles. Lexi is cute. I'd only ever had eyes for Allie, but that doesn't mean that I didn't have eyes. We chat for a bit. She catches me up on her life. Apparently, she's been putting herself through law school and just got her degree. She's going into environmental law to help protect the planet. You know, it's funny, she says after our third drink. I used to have a massive crush on you. You did? I raise my eyebrows. Yeah. She takes a sip of her cocktail and looks up at me through her lashes. I still kinda do, if I'm being honest. Oh. I take a sip of my drink to buy myself time to formulate an answer. Any other time, I'd gladly take her home, but right now I'm surrounded by reminders of Allie, and it doesn't feel right. Look, Lexi, She shakes her head. It's fine. With a shrug, she finishes her drink and smiles. Really, it is. I just thought it was worth a shot. Thanks, I say, though I'm not sure what exactly I'm thanking her for. She pats my arm. I'm happy for you, though. Seriously, we always knew you were going to be great, and I wasn't lying. I do watch all your games. You're an amazing player. That's very kind of you to say, I reply, finishing my drink. Well, I see some of my old sorority sisters. It was nice catching up. With that, she leaves, and I'm once again thrown into the tempest of old faces. But none of them are the one that I really want to see. Chapter 5. Justin. I wake the next morning feeling slightly hungover. Stretching, I get ready for the day, pop some ibuprofen, and head down to the hotel's continental breakfast for some waffles, bacon, eggs, and a nice coffee. With my stomach full and my hangover receding, I decide to explore the campus before the reunion party. It's strange to think that I went here for 4 years. None of the faces are familiar, but aside from club posters and announcements, not much has changed. Like always, I eventually find my way to the rink. I'm curious as to how my old team is doing. Whenever I check in, they seem to be playing well, though they haven't been sweeping seasons like they did when I was on the team. Justin Collins, is that you? A familiar jovial voice says from behind. I grin and turn around. Coach Avery, how have you been? He gives my hand a hearty shake. Well, not as great since you graduated, but this lineup looks promising. I'm actually about to start practice. You think you can spare a few minutes to give these kids some pointers? Anything for you, Coach. He leads me inside and signs out some spare gear for me to use. The players are already gathering on the ice, their gear on and ready to go. To make it a proper surprise, I get in uniform in a secluded spot out of sight from the rest of the players. Once I'm ready, I give Coach a thumbs up. Everyone, listen up, Coach says. Today's practice will be a little bit different. We have an unexpected guest. He'll be giving you all some pointers. The boys mutter among themselves, their curiosity piqued. His voice takes on a dramatic cadence, like he's an announcer in a game. You all know his name. He's an alumnus of the school and one of the best players on ice today. Justin Collins, come on out. As I skate onto the ice, the boys gape in awe. Well, I say, skidding to a stop. Show me what you've got. Their skills are nothing like what I'm used to, but I find myself having fun regardless. Occasionally, I'll stop the practice to point out errors in form and help them figure out how to correct it. By the end, they're all noticeably stronger players. It all brings me back to my college days. Allie would cheer for me from the stands whenever she came to practice, making up ridiculous cheers like, Justin, you're so fine. You can beat them anytime. It was silly and cute, and as much as I grumbled about it in front of my teammates, I secretly loved it. I might as well retire, Coach says at the end of the session. You whipped them into shape in just one practice. Ever thought about becoming a coach yourself? Maybe someday, but I'm going to be in the game until I physically can't play anymore. Hopefully I have at least another decade in me. I believe it. Coach eyes me quizzically. So, I've seen you on TV, of course, but how are you doing otherwise? I shrug. I'm great. Got everything I always wanted. Did you and that girl, Allie, right? Did you and Allie end up marrying? We broke up before I left, actually, I reply with another shrug. That's a shame, he says. College relationships come and go all the time. I can barely keep track of who is dating who and who broke up with who and all that team bullcrap. But you and Allie seemed pretty solid. I thought you two might be the ones who make it. My alarm beeps, reminding me that the reunion begins in about 2 hours. Hey, Coach, it was nice catching up, but I have to get ready for the party. He grins. Don't be a stranger, okay? I'd love to have you back again to coach sometime. I'll keep in touch, I promise, as I make my way off the rink. I peel out of the borrowed gear and head back to the hotel. One shower later, and I'm standing in the old convention hall, sipping champagne from a flute and scanning the crowd as I navigate conversations with the rest of my college friends and acquaintances. It's odd, seeing everyone after so long, especially with how different my life is now. But it's nice. Refreshing, almost. I scan the room as one of my old teammates goes on about how he stopped playing hockey after college, and my eyes land on the door just as Elena walks in. Next comes Macy. She's a little more reserved, but still smiling. She throws an arm around Elena and laughs at something she says. The door closes and a feeling of disappointment washes over me. But then a minute later, it opens again and Allie steps through. She's smiling nervously and glancing around the crowd. She's just as beautiful now as she was a decade ago. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 6. Allie. A few hours earlier. We close up the salon early to get ready for the reunion party. To really make it feel like old times, Macy and Elena decide to dress and do their makeup at my house, as if their shared apartment wouldn't be acceptable. We're just making sure you're really coming with us, Macy says, sweeping up the last of the hair on the floor. Elena throws her arm around my shoulders. Yeah, we don't want you to chicken out. I roll my eyes. I told you I was going, didn't I? And we totally believe you, she replies in a tone indicating the exact opposite. We just need to make sure that there won't be any last-minute family emergencies. Once the salon is clean and the last employee leaves, we lock up and head home. Braden is already waiting with the sitter when we get there. When he sees us, he runs up to give us all hugs. Aunt Macy, Aunt Elena. How's my favorite kid in the world? Elena asks, lifting him off his feet with the exuberance of her hug. Macy ruffles his hair when it's her turn. What's up, shorty? I'm not short, he retorts, rolling his eyes. I'm as tall as your shoulders now. She shrugs. Still seems pretty short to me. One day I'll outgrow you, and then you'll be sorry. Sure. She ruffles his hair again. But until then, you're a shorty. He turns and wraps his arms around me. Why can't I come? He asks. I separate from him a little to meet his eye. Trust me, you don't want to. It's all going to be adults you don't know, talking to other adults you don't know about stuff you don't care about. No other kids will be there. We'll all be drinking gross stuff and there won't be a video game in sight. He wrinkles his nose. Why are adult parties so boring? Well, Elena begins to protest, clearly recalling our glory days. Macy elbows her in the ribs, eliciting a cry of protest. That's the thing about adults, she says. Our definition of fun changes over time. Macy, for example, used to be a party animal, Elena says, rubbing her smarting side. Now she thinks that folding her laundry while watching scary movies is a wild night in. Don't knock our fold and fright nights, Macy retorts. We both know that you don't miss them for anything. Before their bickering like an old married couple could go any further, I cut in. Anyway, we should get ready. We don't want to be late. We head to my bedroom. When Elena sees the outfit I'd laid out for myself, she gives me a disappointed look. What? I ask, picking up the sensible slacks and nice blouse I plan to wear. Macy rolls her eyes. Who was your style inspiration? Pam from The Office? It's practical, I protest. Boo, both women exclaim in unison. I get that you're a mom, but you don't have to dress like one, Elena says, peering into my closet. Tonight is the one night you can be a MILF instead of just a mom. She shifts shirts and pants around before making a triumphant noise. I knew Fun Alley was still in there somewhere. She pulls out a shimmering blue cocktail dress that I'd bought after Brayden started school. I did it with the ambition that I would get back out there and start dating again, but all my dates were duds, and I quickly decided that I was perfectly happy as a single mom. None of them could hold a candle to Justin anyway. I shake my head. No, thank you. My college partying days are over. The outfit isn't super revealing, but it's still a bit too sexy for a college reunion. Macy peers over Elena's shoulder into the closet. How about we pair it with this? She holds up a leather jacket. I don't know. I begin. Macy grins. Just try it on. Trust me, you're gonna love it. While Elena and Macy get dressed, I do as she asks. When I look in the mirror, I see the Allie of a decade ago, staring back. One whose only worry was finals week, and if she'd be able to stay with her boyfriend after he's drafted to the NHL. Life has been good to me. I'm happy where I am, and I have few regrets. But seeing this old Allie fills me with a sense of nostalgia. Maybe it won't be so bad to go back and relive my college days. When they see me, Macy and Elena both grin. Girl, you look hot, Elena exclaims, throwing her arm around my shoulders. You do too. Who says you stop being attractive at 25? Guys with no lives mostly, Macy deadpans, putting on her earrings. Like our last college party, we all wear the matching earring sets she bought us. After styling our hair and doing our makeup, we get ready to head out. When we enter the living room, Brayden throws his arms around me in a tight hug. Have fun. You too. Don't give Sarah too much trouble. Him? Never, Sarah says from the couch. He's a good kid. Well, I gotta go. I'll see you in the morning, kiddo. Good night. Night, Mom. I blow him one last kiss as I shut the front door. With that, we make our way to the reunion. When we get there, I let Elena and Macy go in ahead of me. I pause at the door to check a text from Sarah, asking if Braden is allowed to have ice cream after dinner. I don't do dessert every night, but tonight is special. He might as well enjoy it too. Once the text is sent, I turn to the doors and steel myself in anticipation of what is to come on the other side. Then I push open the door and step through. Tons of people are milling about. For a moment, I panic because I can't see Macy and Elena, but then I catch sight of them chatting with our old sorority sister, Courtney. "Allie," she exclaims, pulling me into a hug. "It's been too long. How are you?" "I'm great. And you? What have you been up to?" While we talk, I can see the crowds, wondering if I'll see Justin and unsure of what I'll do if he's here. And then I spot him. He's watching me too. When our eyes meet, he turns away. Well, I guess that answers that question. I try not to be too disappointed. After all, I'm the one who ghosted him. "You know, Allie, I thought you might have moved on from us," Courtney says, snapping me back into the conversation. "What?" She shrugs. "I mean, you're barely on social media. I follow the salon on Instagram, and you're barely in any of the pictures and stuff." "Oh." I smile, relieved. "Yeah, I'm not big on social media. I like my privacy." "Fair enough. I am glad you came, though. I've missed chatting with you. Remember our lit class together?" "You mean the one where we hated all the books and spent our time ripping them apart?" I chuckle. "You know, I think we were Dr. Peter's favorite students. He seemed to love arguing with us." "He definitely did. I never had a perfect grade until I got to that class. I think that's what inspired me to become a lawyer. I loved arguing with him." As I move through the crowds, old friends greet me and ask about my life. I talk a lot about the salon, but mostly keep out Braden. I'm not entirely sure why. I'm not ashamed of my son. I never have been and never will be. But I also worry that somehow his existence will get back to Justin. And that's a can of worms I'm really not ready to open just yet. Justin's rejection casts a slight pall over my interactions, but I still find myself having a good time. It's nice catching up with old friends, and hopefully, I'll be better about staying in touch once this is over. As the party winds down, I get ready to leave. I sling my bag over my shoulder and head towards the entrance, but I stop as I hear an all too familiar voice. "Allie!"
Chapter 7. Justin. She freezes like a deer in headlights, giving me the chance to catch up to her. When she looks at me, her smile seems forced. "Justin," she says, "it's great to see you. You haven't changed a bit." "Can I get you a drink?" I ask, nodding to the bar. Her smile still seems forced. "I don't know." I shrug. "Just one drink? For old time's sake?" The distance between us is strange, unsettling. Talking to her used to be as easy as breathing, but now I feel as though she's on the opposite side of the Grand Canyon, and I don't know how to bridge the gap. "Okay," she says, her smile a little more genuine. "But I have work tomorrow, so I can't be too hungover." I pour her and myself some punch, and we head to a table to sit. "So, what do you do? Did you three get the salon going?" She genuinely brightens at that. "Yeah, actually, we call it the Three Musketeers, and it's been pretty successful. We're way past 3 workers now, and every day is booked solid. Last year, we were rated the best small business in the area." "Allie, that's amazing," I exclaim. And I am genuinely proud of her. I know how hard she and her friends were working to get it set up at the end of our final semester. She shakes her head. "It's not as amazing as you, Mr. MVP and Stanley Cup winner." "You've been watching my games?" I ask. "Well, yeah. I always knew you'd go far, and it's cool to be able to watch you be a star and know that I dated a celebrity." She hides her smile behind a sip of punch. It looks like she's finally starting to relax around me again. But I still sense this wall between us. I have so many questions for her. Before I can ask, though, Allie changes the subject. It's weird, isn't it? I haven't seen most of these people in a decade, and it's like everything has changed, while at the same time nothing has, you know? I know exactly what she means. I've lost touch with most of my friends and acquaintances from college. We've all grown as people, and mostly for the better. But I still see the people they were a decade ago. Yeah, I feel the same way. I take a sip of my punch. Someone has spiked it like we're high schoolers at prom rather than fully grown adults. It tastes good, though, and helps steady my nerves. Most surprising change? Grover the stoner, she replies automatically as she nods to the guy in an uptight business suit. In college, Peter Grover was a consummate Colorado hippie, all tie-dye and scruffy beards, and a smell of weed hanging around him like Pigpen from the Peanuts cartoon. My eyes bug out of my head. No way. I didn't even recognize him. She chuckles. Neither did I. Not until he introduced himself. Did you know his major was in software design? Apparently, he came up with a code that's being used to identify cancer cells. He kicked his habit and cleaned up his act so that boardrooms would take him more seriously. I glance at him again, this time with a new appreciation. Damn, good for him. What about you? Who's changed the most? She asks. I think you have mine beat. Tell me anyway. You is what I want to say. But that would make things awkward. So I nod over to Macy and Elena. Your friends, I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on it, especially since I haven't had the chance to talk with them, but there's something different. Elena seems... I don't know. Less like a wild child, she asks, sipping her punch. I nod. A bit, and Macy... Has removed the stick from her butt? She asks, watching as her friends chat. Macy is reserved, but more animated than I remember, while Elena is vivacious, but more restrained. I wouldn't put it like that, I protest. She smiles, her dark eyes playful. It's okay. You know, they still live together. I think they're good for each other. They balance one another out. So, are they... I ask. She shrugs. Honestly, I don't think they even know what they are to each other. They just are. She gets a wistful look on her face. I almost envy them for that. So, you feel like the third wheel? I ask. Eyes widening, she shakes her head. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. If I ever did joke about being a third wheel, Elena would say something like, "We're a tricycle, not a bicycle." I chuckle. That does sound like something Elena would say. Everything is going well then, not just at work? She nods. Yeah, it's all great. And you? Great, I reply. Great. So are you... I glance at her left hand. No ring. She follows my gaze and smiles, though I can feel a little nervous energy coming off her. The walls are going up again. I've honestly been too busy for that. Me too. I'm married to the game right now, I reply quickly, and she visibly relaxes. The awkward conversation comes to a merciful end when Elena and Macy approach. Justin, Elena exclaims, throwing her arms around me. It's so good to see you again. I hug her back. It really is. Allie has been telling me all about you guys in the salon. She has? Macy asks, shooting Allie a look that I struggle to read. The women have a sort of silent discussion before Macy relaxes. Yeah, Allie is probably our best stylist. The business would be nothing without her. The party is slowing down, and people are heading back to their lives. I'm not ready to leave just yet, though. Not when I just found Allie again. My saving grace comes in the form of a text from Mike. Hey, a bunch of us are going to Rusty's for an after-party. Want to come? I smile. Just what I needed. I just got a text from Mike inviting us to Rusty's. Elena and Macy exchange glances, the former's eyes wide and pleading. Macy shrugs. I'm down. I'll text Rosa and ask her to open the salon for us tomorrow. I don't know, Allie says. Elena affixes her puppy dog eyes onto her friend. Come on, Let Fun Alley out for just one night. We can worry about our responsibilities tomorrow. Allie still looks reluctant, her hands twisting together. I feel the urge to grab and still them. You don't have to if you don't want to, I say. But I would really like you to be there. Just like old times, right? She lets out a breath and forces herself to relax. Right. A smile spreads across her face. Okay, let's go. Elena and Macy cheer as Elena throws her arms around Allie. Allie is so comfortable around her two best friends. It's like their very presence soothes her and brings her out of her shell. All right, let's go.
Chapter 8. Allie. What was I thinking? How did Macy and Elena talk me into coming to the reunion? And then worse, going to an after-party with Justin? God, I'm such an idiot. I texted the babysitter on the way here to ask if she could stay a few extra hours, since I don't know how late we'll be. She agreed right away, but I think a part of me was hoping she wouldn't. The Uber pulls up to Rusty's, and we all file out. Mike greets Justin and Elena, while Macy sidles up to me. You okay? She asks. I nod. It's just, I don't know, a lot. She takes my hand and gives it a squeeze. I know we talked you into this, but if you ever feel uncomfortable and need to leave, we've got your back, okay? I squeeze her hand back in acknowledgement. Macy may be blunt, sarcastic, and introverted, but she truly cares. She's a good friend. You always do. With that, we take a step back in time. All our old friends are milling about Rusty's. I spot the same bartender from our college days and wave. He waves back with a grin. Allie? Mike exclaims. I didn't know you were coming. I smile, but I doubt that it reaches my eyes. Not when I'm on the verge of panicking. It was kind of last minute. But it's good to see you. How have you been? As Mike regales me with tales of his life, I find my gaze drifting over to Justin, seemingly of its own free will. He's chatting with his other old friends. When he spots me, he flashes a smile, and I quickly look away, snapping back to the conversation with Mike. It's strange. As I spoke with Justin earlier, it was a little awkward at first, but it was also like picking up where we left off. We fell into an easy rhythm with our banter, and for just one moment, I found myself forgetting the years between us. Justin has hardly changed at all. Sure, he's matured. He's not the party boy he once was, but he's still got that energy and boyish mischief. I still see that passion and dedication, the kind that helped him join the NHL and become one of its top players. Every single change I've seen in him has been for the better, and I'm proud of him. He was a great guy when I knew him, and he only seems to have gotten better with age. I find it difficult to believe that he isn't dating anyone. You still like strawberry daiquiris, right? He asks from right behind me, making me jump. I take the one he's offered. I know it's against every bar protocol that's been drilled into women's heads since the dawn of time, but I know Justin. It may have been a decade, but people don't change that much. You remembered, I say, taking a sip. It's cool, fruity, and refreshing. The taste brings back memories of date nights and celebrating hockey wins and post-exam delirium. All these treasured moments shared with him. Damn it. I shouldn't be doing this. He grins. Well, yeah, it was your go-to drink at this place. Covers up the taste of the cheap alcohol? I reply, earning a laugh. So that was your secret. I always wondered how you could stand it. You were just too manly for fruity cocktails, I guess, I retort. In response, he snatches the drink from my hand, his eyes glinting with mischief. I balk. Hey! With a wink, he takes a sip. You're right. That's the best drink I've had at this place. Didn't your mother ever teach you not to snatch things from people's hands? I tease, putting up a front to seem more annoyed than I actually am. He shrugs and hands it back to me. To be fair, I did buy it. As a gift for someone else. No takesies backsies. He raises his eyebrows. No takesies backsies? What are we, 5? I mean, if you have the manners of a 5-year-old. Says the woman who didn't even thank me for the drink. Well, he got me there. You're right, I say. Thanks. He blinks. I don't think I've ever won one of those. I take another sip of the drink. Well, there was that argument over whether or not Die Hard counts as a Christmas movie. Which it does, he replies. I shrug. I'm just saying that I don't put it on between viewings of Elf and Miracle on 34th Street. Because you don't understand the importance of variety. You can't just do the cutesy saccharine stuff the whole time. Saccharine? Now, that's a $4 word. I smile to take the heat out of my comment. I may look like a meathead, but I'm cultured. I read. He says in mock offense. Methinks the gentleman doth protest too much, I reply, paraphrasing Shakespeare. That's Hamlet. He has a note of triumph in his voice. See? Not a meathead. I never said you were. He finishes his rum and coke. Yeah, not this time. Glancing between his glass and mine, he seems to come to a decision. I think I'm going to get one of those daiquiris this time. I'm secure enough in my masculinity to have a fruity drink. Sure you are, I say, lifting mine in a mock cheers gesture. Enjoy. Allie, Elena says. You'll never guess who I ran into. Jean, our old sorority sister, waves and rushes up to give me a hug. Man, it's been way too long. The rest of the night, Justin and I do this little dance. I try to avoid him as best as I can, and he does everything in his power to pull me in. For the past decade, my life has revolved around 2 very important things, Braden and the salon. I can't remember the last time I had a night on the town to just drink and party with old friends like I used to before graduation. And I love Braden more than anything else in this life. But it's nice to take a break and do something that doesn't involve kids. No cartoons, no chicken fingers and French fries, no having to keep a constant eye out to make sure that he doesn't get into trouble. I brought us snacks, Elena exclaims, carrying 3 baskets of chicken tenders and fries from the bar. Okay, so I was wrong about the lack of chicken fingers and fries, but even that tastes a little bit sweeter when paired with a daiquiri. You're the best, I say, taking one. The flavors of salt and grease brings to mind 100 late nights like this one. The nostalgia is bittersweet. As much as I sometimes miss the carefree days of college, I'm happy where I am now. Man, I haven't had chicken tenders and fries in forever, Justin says, joining our group. He's carrying his own basket and a daiquiri. Do you remember the grease fire here? I laugh. How could I forget? Once, during junior year, a new employee accidentally set fire to the kitchen while making our order of tenders and fries. 1 minute, we were all sitting, enjoying our drinks and laughing amongst ourselves. The next, a fire alarm went off and the fry cook was screaming. Though we should have gone outside, we ran into the kitchen where the fryer was blazing. The cook had a massive bowl of water and was about to throw it on the grease fire. No, don't! I shouted and tackled him to the ground while Justin grabbed a fire extinguisher. You should never throw water on a grease fire. It just causes it to spread. Oh, the cook said softly, a look of horror dawning on his face. I helped him to his feet. It's okay. A lot of people make that mistake. Live and learn, right? As thanks for stopping the kitchen fire and potentially saving the cook's life, we were given free food and drinks for the rest of the year. The fry cook quit 2 days later. This place probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for us, I say, looking up at him through my lashes. It was quick thinking, stopping him from using water on the grease fire, he replies. I'll be honest. At the time, I knew nothing about cooking. I still don't, so I wouldn't have known to do that. My face heats under the intensity of his gaze, like black metal in the hot summer sun. I shrug. My grandma drilled it into me as a kid. One of her neighbors made that mistake and burned his whole house to the ground. A look passes between us. I need to keep my walls up, but his gaze is a wrecking ball to my psyche. After a long pause, Elena clears her throat and smiles. Remember when Macy got so drunk she danced on the table, fell off and broke her arm? Macy swats Elena. Once I got the cast off, you and Allie swore you would never bring it up again. Oops, Elena replies without any real remorse. We may have sworn it, but Elena has a habit of bringing it up regardless. If it really bothered Macy, Elena would stop. But it's just another thing they enjoy bickering about, like an old married couple. Now, Macy has that glint in her eye. Remember when you mistook that one random guy for Chris Hemsworth and tried to come onto him? Elena rolls her eyes, like you would pass up the opportunity to bang a Chris Hemsworth look-alike. Now, Macy has her. I can see it by the look in her eye. Yeah, I would have, if he wasn't obviously with his boyfriend. We all burst out laughing as Elena flips Macy off. Justin and I exchange a look, and our laughter doubles. I know I should be keeping my distance from him. It's the right thing to do. But having the four of us back together is as easy as breathing. I feel like the Allie of 10 years ago. And as much as I love my life now, I've missed all this. More than anything, I've missed having Justin laughing at my side. Chapter 9. Allie. It's late. Later than I planned to be out. The party is winding down, but Macy, Elena, Justin and I are still here and reminiscing. Do you remember when... Elena cuts herself off with a yawn. God, sorry. I used to be able to pull all-nighters and be fine the next day. What happened? Macy yawns and leans on Elena's shoulder. We got old. You're old, she retorts. I'm 10 months younger than you. Her eyes are drifting shut, and I can't help taking a stealthy picture to use as blackmail later. Elena affectionately, if drunkenly, boops Macy's nose. And you have had the soul of a little old lady for as long as I've known you. Macy shrugs, apparently unable or unwilling to argue the point. Justin is the only one still looking alert. He always had a higher alcohol tolerance than us. It must come with the territory of being bigger than us. Even so, he switched from alcohol to water, probably in the hopes of mitigating the inevitable hangover. I sip my own water, my thoughts sluggish from alcohol and fatigue. Justin, ever considerate, was the one who switched us to waters a half hour ago. Last call, the bartender says. Justin raises his eyebrows at me. One more? A part of me screams that I should go now, that I've spent too much time with him already, and my secret will come out. Another part, the louder part, demands that I stay with him a little while longer. I'm too inebriated for good decision-making, so I nod. Elena looks between us with a smirk. She yawns, but it's exaggerated this time. Well, Macy and I should be going. We'll see you at the salon. Justin, it was amazing to see you again. We need to keep in touch. She gently shakes Macy, who mumbles a protest against her shoulder. Slowly, like they're weighted, her eyelids drag themselves open, and Elena helps her to her feet. She waves goodbye as she helps Macy to an Uber. As much as Elena teases and goofs around, she can be surprisingly gentle and caring when she wants to be. When we were in college, she was always the first to play nurse whenever we got sick, and the best shoulder to cry on when we needed it. And then I realized that she's left me alone with my ex, the father of my child. I was so distracted by how sweet she was being to Macy that it didn't register. Not until Justin returns with 2 more strawberry daiquiris. He places one in front of me and takes his own before sitting down. So, he says, taking a sip. So, I reply, not meeting his eyes. Elena, I'm gonna kill her. He takes a swig of the drink as though he's trying to fortify himself for whatever he's about to say. I've been meaning to ask, why did you never keep in touch after I left? I needed a clean break, I reply, even though it's a half-truth. The whole truth is that I didn't want him to know about Braden, but I'm not about to tell him that. He shakes his head. But we ended on good terms. Exactly, I reply, relieved that he's given me an extra excuse. And it's not even a lie. It left me a little bit of hope, and I knew that if I had to watch you live your life without me, fall in love and marry someone else, it would break my heart all over again. I never did find anyone else, he confesses. Sure, I dated a bit, but I never got you out of my head, Allie. Really? I say, not daring to hope. Not when I know that I've done something unforgivable. Really? He leans in closer, and I find myself doing the same. I've missed you. I missed you too, I admit. And then our lips are connecting in a kiss. Our first date was at Rusty's. He had asked me out after chemistry class one day under the guise of needing a study buddy. Needless to say, the studying didn't last long. We talked about everything and nothing, and being with him was as easy as breathing. At the end, he walked me to my dorm room, and we lingered outside the door. I could hear Macy and Elena inside watching some sitcom, but outside in the empty hall, it felt like we were the only two people in the world. He leaned in closer, and I stood on my tiptoes to meet him. The kiss was fairly chaste. No tongue, no copping feels. But it set my body on fire. When we parted, I felt dazed, like I'd been hit with a cartoon anvil. And little animated birdies were flying in circles around my head. Now, as we sit in Rusty's once more and make out, it feels the same way as it did then. I'm stunned at first, and then struck with a sudden need. My body burns for him. Like everything else with him, it's as though nothing has changed at all. He knows all the right buttons to push and when to push them. But everything has changed, and I can't lose sight of the fact that I'm keeping a bombshell secret from him. I'm about to pull away, but he nips at my lips, sending shivers of pleasure through me. I want it. I want it so badly. But I can't have it, not after what I've done. Abruptly, I finally pull away. My mouth opens to speak, but nothing comes out. So I just turn around and run out of the bar. The night air is cool. It revives me a bit as I walk down the block. A yellow taxi drives through the streets, and I wave it down. The taxi pulls up onto the curb near me. I jump into the taxi and shut the door before giving the driver my address. This whole night was a mistake. I should never have come, and definitely should not have gone with him to the bar. Now, all my scars have been ripped open, and I feel like I'm bleeding out. The cab pulls up in front of my house. I pay the guy, thank him, and stagger into my home. Sarah is dozing in front of the TV when I arrive. When she hears me, she jerks awake. Allie. She yawns and smiles. When she sees me, though, her face falls. What happened? What's wrong? Nothing, I reply, giving her the agreed-upon cash, and then some. After all, she stayed an extra 3 hours at least. I had a good time. Nothing you have to worry about. Okay, she says, skeptically as she takes the money and shoves it in her bag. Would you like me to walk you home? I ask. Sarah lives just a few blocks away. I may be drunk, but I can manage it. She shakes her head. It's 5 minutes and my mom's waiting up for me. I should be fine. Are you sure? It's a safe neighborhood, and I doubt that she'd get into any trouble. But I would never forgive myself if something happened to her. She nods. I'm okay, thanks. Pausing at the front door, she turns around. I hope you had a good time. I force a smile. I had a great time. Thank you for asking. With that, she leaves. I'm all alone. As much as I'd like to crash straight into bed, I know there are some things I need to do now if I don't want my morning to be complete hell. First, I grab a glass of water and a bottle of pain medicine to sit waiting at my bedside table. Then I take off my clothes and makeup in order to shower. Finally, with my pajamas on and my face clean, I sneak into Braden's room. He's sleeping soundly, his breathing even. I watch him for a moment and simply marvel at how much he looks like his father. Not for the first time, a feeling of guilt weighs heavy in my chest. I lean over and kiss his forehead. He stirs slightly at that, his eyes slowly fluttering open. "Mom," he mumbles. "Just checking on you," I whisper. "Go back to sleep." "McKay, love you." "I love you too." I tiptoe out of the room. I flop into bed and snuggle under the covers. Closing my eyes, I feel my breathing finally start to slow down as I drift off to sleep. Still, my bed, which has always felt perfectly comfortable, feels strangely empty tonight.
Chapter 10. Justin. I wake the next morning with a pounding headache. Staring up at the ceiling, I piece together what happened the night before. There's something nagging in the back of my mind, a feeling that something important happened, and it's on the tip of my tongue. And then I remember. I kissed Allie. The memory of her soft lips on mine, the taste of her mouth, it comes flooding back. And with it comes the memory of what came next. She had a look of utter panic on her face. Sure, drunkenly kissing your ex is widely considered to be a mistake, but she looked terrified. I need to talk to her to actually get answers this time. The first place I decide to check is the salon. There's only 3 Musketeers in the area, so it isn't that hard to find. 3 Musketeers Salon, how can we help you? Comes the chipper voice on the other end of the line. Yes, is Allie in? Not until 1. Would you like me to schedule you for an appointment? No, that won't be necessary, I reply and then hang up. Dragging myself to my feet, I pop some pain medications and chug a bottle of water. It's past time for the hotel's continental breakfast, so I head to Dorothy's Diner down the street. It's always been a popular haunt among the hungover college students, and today is no exception. Dorothy, the woman who has been running the place since it opened, smiles when she sees me. Justin Collins? I can't believe it's you. The old woman wraps her arms around me. So, let me guess. You need the cure. Please, I reply, taking a seat in a booth. Coming right up. She pours me a large cup of coffee and leaves the pot at the table. I sip slowly, letting the warmth and the bitterness revive me a bit. She returns a few minutes later with a massive stack of flapjacks and a side of eggs and bacon. The flapjacks have been buttered on every layer and drizzled in maple syrup. Though I'm a little nauseous, the smell makes my stomach grumble. You're an angel, I say sincerely. I know what young people need after a night of partying, she replies. Judgment-free food full of carbs and grease. She sits down across from me. The place isn't too busy, so she can get away with a short break. After all, she owns the place. Who's going to tell her to stop slacking off? So, how have you been? I haven't missed one of your games on TV. It's so cool to be able to say that a celebrity used to be one of my regulars. I've been good. I've wanted to be in the NHL since I was a kid, so it's literally a dream come true. And that girl you used to come in with? Ashley? Allie, I correct with a smile. We broke up on good terms when I left for Florida, so I'm glad I got the chance to reconnect now with the reunion. I'm happy for you. She's quiet for a second. I don't want to impose, but would it be possible to take a picture with me? I'd like to hang it on our wall. Of course, I reply. She pulls out her phone and we take a couple selfies together. Normally, I would give you an autograph too, but I don't have any pictures to sign, I say, and then glance at the menus. Would you like me to sign one of those? She brightens. Please do. Sign all of them if you want. I take out a pen and swiftly sign the menu before handing it back to her. Here you go. She looks elated. Thank you so much. I'll put it somewhere safe before I can frame it and hang it on the wall. Anything for you, Dorothy, I reply as she rushes off. After brunch, I make my way to the salon where Allie works. The door dings when I enter. I scan the customers and stylists for a minute before I find Allie near the back with a young boy. You have your flip phone for emergencies, I overhear her say. I trust you not to get into too much trouble in the library. He rolls his eyes. I'll be fine, Mom. Joey and Katie will be there and... My blood runs cold at the boy's words. I can't hear the rest over the ringing in my ears. Mom, I know you'll be okay. You're a smart boy. Allie kisses her son on the top of the head. Now go and have fun. He gives her a parting hug before passing me by. And suddenly I understand why she didn't say anything. Though his skin tone is darker and his hair is a different texture, the resemblance is uncanny. He has the same green eyes, the same tall and broad build, and the same straight nose. My world tilts on its axis at the implications. Allie has a son that looks almost exactly like me. One who seems to be almost 10 years old. It can't be. But when I look up, my confused expression is met with one of horror and guilt on Allie's face. That look tells me everything I need to know. I turn on my heels and leave, walking away without knowing where I want to go. Justin! Allie calls back to me. Justin! Unable to look at her just yet, I freeze in place and wait for her to catch up. I can explain. Her voice is breathless, and I'm not sure if it's from the exertion or the panic. Tell me it isn't true, I say, still unable to meet her gaze. Justin! Her voice seems strangled by guilt. I whip around. Tell me you didn't lie to me for 10 years. I'm sorry, she gasps out. That's it? You're sorry? Why? Why did you lie? I didn't know until after you were gone, she replies, tears streaming down her cheeks. Despite it all, I want to wipe them away and tell her it will all be okay, out of pure instinct. But I can't. And you didn't think to tell me. I would have been back in a heartbeat. I would never have abandoned my son. That's why I did it, she exclaims, and then covers her mouth. I didn't want you to give up your dreams to be with me. With you and our son, I correct her, and that wasn't a choice for you to make for me. My chest is tight enough that I feel like I'm going to explode. I have to go. I turn to leave. Justin, she calls out to me. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you've said that. With that, I head back to the hotel, my mind still reeling. I have a son, a 10-year-old boy. I should be happy, but Allie's betrayal has opened the floor beneath me, sending me plummeting into an abyss. Why did she think I wouldn't want to know my own child? It hurts so much to think about. There was a time when I loved her more than anyone else in the world. Apparently, she didn't love me enough to tell me the truth. I'm not sure how long I lie on my hotel bed staring at the ceiling and processing everything that's happened. It's late evening by the time I return to myself, and I know what I have to do. Macy is protective of her friends, especially Allie, but Elena might be willing to help. I reach out to her to get Allie's number since I don't have it. I don't know what I'm going to say yet, I just know that I need to meet my son.
Chapter 11. Allie. Elena finds me in the office sobbing my eyes out. Allie, what happened? She asks, wrapping her arms around me. He found out about B. Braden. I hiccup into her shoulder. She gives me a tight squeeze before letting go with one arm. I catch a glimpse of her phone, and I know who she's texting. A minute later, Macy enters and kneels in front of me. Allie, I need you to breathe with me for a bit, okay? I nod and try to mimic her and Elena's exaggerated breathing. It calms me down a little bit, but the tears don't stop coming. Let's get out of the office for a bit. Elena suggests softly. Candy's Cafe? You'll feel better with something sweet inside you. I look like a hot mess, I mumble, grabbing a tissue from my desk and blowing my nose. And I know I look miserably hungover. Macy replies with a softly sardonic grin. We can all be hot messes together. Not me. Elena shoots her a smug look. I'm fresh as a daisy. Sniffling, I chuckle weakly at my friend's antics. They always seem to know how to make me laugh. Okay. Macy nods. I'll let reception know. We can go out the back entrance too if you want. I give her a grateful smile. Macy and Elena are such wonderful people. I don't deserve friends like them. Macy returns a minute later and leads the three of us out the back entrance and down the street to Candy's cafe. She picks a quiet back corner, while Elena orders food for the three of us. Minutes later, she sets a hot chocolate and a cupcake in front of me. Here, eat your feelings and tell us what happened. I hold the cocoa in my hands, feeling the warmth from the mug. He came to the salon earlier. I was just saying goodbye to Braden, and Justin ran into him. I guess he saw the resemblance, did the math, and figured it out. He was so angry. And he has every right to be. Then what happened? Macy asks, her brows furrowing in concern. I wipe my eyes. He stormed off and I don't blame him. I feel so awful for keeping this from him. And now I'm sure he hates me. I don't blame him if he does. Elena takes my hand and gives it a squeeze. He needs to process things. Maybe once he's cooled down, he'll be more open to talking. Justin is a good guy. If nothing else, he'll want to know Braden. And that also frightens me. What if Braden hates me too for keeping his father from him? What if Justin hates me so much that he poisons Braden against me? What if he decides that he would rather live with Justin instead of the monster who kept this secret from him? I can see you overthinking, Macy says. Take a breath and sip your drink. Focus on just that for a moment. I do as she says, sipping the hot chocolate and focusing on the sweetness of the drink. It does help to calm me. We chat for a little while, Macy and Elena bickering good-naturedly to help distract me. By the time my cocoa and cupcake are finished, I've composed myself enough to work for the rest of the day. I can almost forget my guilt as I throw myself into my clients. But it returns full force when Braden's friends drop him off at the salon. He looks so much like his father that it's uncanny. We go through our nightly routine of dinner, TV, reading, and getting ready for bed. Mom? Braden asks as I tuck him into bed. Yeah? What's up? I sit at his bedside, dreading the question. Are you okay? You've been acting weird all day. I'm fine, honey. Just have a headache. That's all. Okay, he says, throwing his arms around me. I hope you feel better. I ruffle his curly hair. Me too. I'll see you in the morning, okay? Good night. I get up and turn off the lights. Good night, Braden. Sleep doesn't come easily to me. I find myself tossing and turning, the guilt churning in my stomach worse than any hangover-induced nausea. My world is crashing down all around me, and it's all my fault. Then my phone rings. No one calls me in the middle of the night unless it's an emergency, so I pick it up with shaking hands. Hello? Allie? Yes? I breathe. It's all I can manage. It's Justin. We need to talk. My mouth is dry, and I feel like crying all over again. Justin? No, let me talk first. I'm still pissed that you kept our son from me, Justin says. I hear him take a calming breath on the other end of the line. But I want to meet him. I want our son in my life. I understand, I reply, my voice choked. I know I have no right to ask. But can you give me a few days? I need to talk to Braden and see what he says. Okay, I'll talk to you soon. With that, he hangs up, and my guilt is replaced by terror. Braden has never really pushed about who his father is. I've explained to him that it's complicated and that I'll tell him when he's older. and he seems to have accepted that as an answer. I hope he won't hate me too much for keeping his dad from him. The next morning, I call in sick and make him his favorite breakfast: chocolate chip waffles with maple syrup, bacon, and fresh orange juice. "What's wrong?" he asks when he stumbles downstairs and into the kitchen. "What do you mean?" I place the plate in front of him. "You only make my favorite when it's Christmas, Easter, my birthday, or something bad has happened, like when my hamster died. It's not a holiday, so it's something bad." His green eyes are wide with concern. Sighing, I sit in the chair next to him. He's a smart kid. I should have known the breakfast would tip him off. It's not bad news, really, but it's news that might make you mad at me. "Okay." He takes a slice of bacon and bites into it, watching me warily. Taking a breath, I steel myself. "Do you remember when you tried to pour yourself a glass of chocolate milk after I told you not to? And when it spilled, you pretended it didn't until the kitchen started to smell bad?" He nods. "You told me that even though you would have been upset, it was better to come clean than let it get smelly because that's a much harder problem to fix." I was speaking from experience because I made the same mistake, but much bigger than spoiled chocolate milk. I've kept an important secret for a while, and now it's out in the open. Your father was at the salon yesterday. He saw you, and he wants to get to know you. That is, if you want to know him. His mouth hangs open, revealing the bit of half-chewed bacon still inside. His name is Justin Collins, and he's a professional hockey player. Somehow his eyes grow even wider. "No way." I nod. "It's true. I didn't know I was pregnant with you until after he left for Florida to play for them. I didn't want to hold him back. That was my reason at first. But then, like the spilled milk, the secret got harder and harder to tell as time went on. Baby, I'm so sorry. I should never have kept this from you or your father." As much as I want to cry, I force myself to stay calm. This is about Braden, not me. And Braden is almost impossible to read right now. "I want to meet him," he says, and I can feel the edge of anger in his voice. "He wants to meet you too. I'll call him and let him know. Is tomorrow okay?" He nods. I reach over to stroke his hair, but he jerks away. I sigh, guilt twisting my insides. "Is there anything I can do for you?" "Can I please be excused?" he asks. "I think I need some alone time." "Anything you need." I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Justin. I'm standing in the aisle of a Funtown toy store feeling overwhelmed. I have 10 years of birthdays to make up and I would like to start on the right foot. But I have no idea what he likes. "Can I help you, sir?" asks one of the employees. "Yeah, it's my nephew's 10th birthday and I'm not sure what to get him. I haven't been around much and don't know him very well. I'd like to get him something we can play together." It's a reasonable lie. Plenty of people have nephews they don't know very well. She purses her lips thoughtfully and then leads me down another aisle. Well, there's the Lego sets. You can build one with him and then do imaginative play. My relief becomes paralysis again when I look at all the options. I could get him a Death Star. Does he like Star Wars, though? Then again, what little boy doesn't? Or I could get him a superhero-themed set. But I don't know what kinds of heroes he likes. Dang, why does it have to be so hard? This is a little more generic, but still fun, she says, apparently recognizing my dilemma. She shows me a set that lets you build a submarine and shipwreck complete with skeletal pirates and circling sharks. It looks like something I would have loved as a kid. I'll take it. Would you like us to wrap it for you? She asks. Please. I pick out some generic polka dot wrapping paper, and she wraps it for me. Hopefully he doesn't have the toy already. At the appointed time, I go to the address Allie gave me and ring the doorbell. There's the sound of footsteps, and then she opens the door. She's wearing a nice dress, her hair tied back. Her smile is anxious as she greets me. Then she looks over her shoulder. Brayden, he's here! A little boy pokes his head into view from the hall. When our eyes meet, he gives me a shy smile and waves. I wave back. Allie steps aside to let me in and shuts the door. I can't take my eyes off Brayden as he approaches like a skittish cat. He comes to a stop with Allie still between us. I want to take him in my arms and give him a hug, but I don't think that would be welcome just yet. So instead, I take a knee in front of him, getting to his level as I speak to my son for the first time. Hi, Brayden. Do you know who I am? You're my dad, he replies softly. I nod. I'm sorry we haven't had the chance to meet before today. I did get you something, though. Would you like to open it? Allie shoots me a surprised look, but Brayden shyly takes it. He looks up to his mom for confirmation that this is okay, and after a nod from her, he opens it. When he sees what's inside, his eyes widen, and his cheeks spread into a wide grin. I wanted this for my birthday. I don't know what I expected, but I'm so glad he loves it. I was thinking we could build it together. Brayden's wide eyes turn pleading, and Allie nods. We can use the kitchen table, she says. While Brayden opens the box and pulls out the instructions, she sets snacks out next to us before hanging back. I still don't know if I can forgive her for this, and I'm still processing everything, but it's also hard to hate her. She's Allie. So, looks like we start on bag 1 first, I say, looking at the instructions. Brayden shoots me a nervous look as he hands it to me. I open it for him and let him pick out the pieces for step 1. What grade are you in? I ask. That's the kind of question adults ask kids, right? He doesn't look up, his brows furrowing in concentration in the same way that Allie's do when she needs to focus. 4th grade. Do you like school? He shrugs. It's okay. I chuckle. I always thought it was boring. This startles a laugh out of him. It is boring, especially math. I hate math, he replies. You like money? I ask. He rolls his eyes. Because math is money. Mom always says that. I chuckle. Careful. Your eyes might roll out of your head. It's something my mom used to say to me whenever I gave her an attitude. He freezes at that, as though he's afraid of me and my disapproval. Right. Maybe now is not the time to make him feel like he's being chastised. I shoot him a warm smile. So what do you do for fun? Do you play any sports? I want to play hockey, he replies. I'll never be as good as you, but I want to do it. I was about your age when I started. I gather some of the pieces for the next step. He shrugs as he clicks 2 Lego bricks into place. Maybe I want to be a detective or an astronaut instead, though. I grin. Well, you've got plenty of time to decide what you want to be when you grow up. And you're allowed to change your mind, too. I know I'm not sure what I want after I retire from hockey, and that's okay. He nods and focuses on the pieces. Why do you like hockey so much? I chuckle. Because when I'm on the rink, it feels like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. It makes me happier than anywhere else in the world. Is that why Mom didn't tell you about me? He asks, with the innocent bluntness that only a child can achieve. I choke on air. What do you mean? Mom was scared that you would give up your dream for us and regret it. He glances over at Allie for confirmation. She looks just as stunned as I feel. What makes you say that? I ask. He focuses on attaching the pieces together so that they wouldn't break apart. Mom doesn't do things because she's mean. She does them to protect people she loves. I hear Allie gasp and see the tears forming in her eyes. You're a very smart kid, I say. Thanks. He smiles shyly without meeting my eyes. Here, we're done with the first bag. He hands me the partially built figure. Do you want to try the next bag? Absolutely, I say, smiling as I open the bag. We work in silence for a minute as I try to figure out what to say to him. What's your favorite animal? I finally ask. He looks up at me, slightly confused. Why? I want to know all about you, and you can tell a lot about a person by their favorite animal. When she was in college, your mom's favorite was capybaras. She liked how well they get along with every other animal. I like wolves because they work as a team to hunt, just like I have my hockey team. He's quiet for a moment while he thinks. I like the inland taipan. What's that? I ask. Allie stands behind him, her smile becoming forced. Whatever this animal is, she is not a fan. Brayden, though, is unfazed by the tension, his expression becoming enthusiastic. It's the most venomous snake in the world, and when it bites you, it has an enzyme that makes you absorb the venom faster. I raise my eyebrows. Really? Behind him, Allie shrugs as if to say, What can you do? I attach some more pieces according to the instructions. Why do you like them? They're cool. Even though they're more venomous than any other snake in the world, they don't bite people very often, and a lot of people who handle them say they're really nice. But when they hunt, they bite a ton of times to make sure that their prey is poisoned too quickly to get away. He spends the next 10 minutes regaling me with snake facts, while Allie looks vaguely chagrined behind him. Reptiles have never bothered me, but she isn't a fan. The irony of our kid being a snake lover is not lost on me, and I find it amusing. So, do you want to study snakes when you grow up? I ask. He shrugs. Maybe, or a hockey player like you. A hockey-playing snake detective sounds pretty cool, I say. He wrinkles his nose. That's not a thing. Maybe you can be the first. I hand my completed section back to him and open the new bag to assemble the next part of the submarine. Focusing on putting together the next step, he shrugs without looking at me. So, as a snake detective, would I be solving cases that involve snakes? Or would I be solving mysteries for snakes? Whichever one you want, I reply, passing over the pieces that the instructions call for. Just don't bring your clients into the house, Allie teases. I don't trust anything without legs. Until now, Allie has hovered but barely spoken outside of letting me in. It feels natural having her join us. But there's also a tension there, one that I know will need to be dealt with soon.
Chapter 13. Allie. At around 5 o'clock, I start pulling out pots and pans for dinner. Both Justin and Brayden love chicken parmesan with spaghetti, so I made sure to pick up the supplies to make it, along with some cookie ingredients for dessert. How about we help with that? Justin says from the kitchen table. The Lego set he gave Brayden is just about finished. I force a smile and turn around to grab the chicken slices from the fridge. It's okay. You boys have fun. After keeping them from each other for 10 years, it's only fair that I hang back and let them get to know one another without me interfering. I don't know how much either of them want to be around me after everything, and I don't blame them if they're angry with me. I'm angry with myself too. A chair scrapes behind me and I sense more than I see Justin's approach. We want to help. Right, Brayden? Right, Mom? Our son chimes in. Straightening, I glance between them. A part of me expects anger or resentment, but all I see in their faces is an earnest desire to help. Okay, Justin, can you help Braden flatten out the pieces of chicken with the mallet while I get the breading and pans set up? He salutes me playfully. Yes, ma'am. I hand him the pack of chicken and get to work, wondering if I made a mistake. When was the last time Justin cooked for himself? The guy is rich. He probably has at least one private chef. But he did know how to cook in college. I was better at it, but he could make simple recipes and do them well. As Braden bangs away at the chicken, I prepare 3 bowls. One with flour, one with eggs, and one with breadcrumbs. Justin transfers the chicken plate over to me, and I get to work flouring the chicken before dipping it in the egg and the breadcrumbs to fry up. The 3 of us move like a well-oiled machine, our actions falling into an easy rhythm until the pasta is cooking and the chicken parmesan is in the oven. Do you want to make cookies too? I suggest. I have the ingredients for it, but the dough has to chill during dinner. Braden grins. Yes. Justin's smile is just as blinding as he nods. I've never found any chocolate chip cookies that could hold a candle to yours. Now, after years and years of pestering for the recipe and a decade of pining for them, you're just going to give me the recipe as easily as that? I wink. It's a family recipe. You have to be family to get it. As soon as the words leave my mouth, I realize how presumptuous they are and turn towards the pantry to hide the way that my face burns. I don't want to see the look on his face. Instead, I pull out everything I have and hand Justin the recipe. So, it's pretty straightforward. Can you do this with Braden while I babysit dinner? He skims the instructions before grinning and showing it to Braden. Let's get cooking. While they stir the dough, I feel that ever-present guilt settle into my chest. They're having so much fun together. I should never have deprived them of this. My phone buzzes and I pick it up to read the text. It's from Macy. How's it going? Really well. They're getting along. I glance up at them until it dings again. And how are you? I chew my lip as I think that one over. How am I? Fine. I can practically hear her through the next text. People who give one-word responses like that usually are not fine. I mostly feel guilty, I guess. I chew on my lip. You made a hard choice. Don't beat yourself up about it too much. Easier said than done. I sigh softly. Who's that? Justin asks while he stirs the dry ingredients into the wet. Just Macy, I reply as my phone timer rings, indicating that it's time to take the chicken out of the oven. She wanted to check in on us. Braden doesn't look up from the bowl of cookie dough. Tell Aunt Macy I say hi. Will do. I reply, sending Macy his regards. She replies back seconds later. Aunt Macy says hi and that she loves you, I tell him. Tell her I love her too. Of course. I do as he asks before getting the chicken out of the oven. Then I drain the pasta and add extra cheese and tomato sauce to it. Braden, can you toss the salad? I ask, pouring a salad kit into a big bowl and adding in croutons and dressing. To make the task more fun, I hand him the silly Halloween tongs, which is a pair of skeletal metal hands. He goes to town mixing the salad, pausing only when I tell him that he's mixed it enough. By the time dinner is ready, the dough is finished and needs to be refrigerated for some time. We each serve ourselves a helping of dinner and sit at the kitchen table, ignoring the Lego pieces still floating around on it. Did you know that your radius bones cross over each other when you turn your wrist? Braden asks. I bet that's why they're so easy to break, Justin replies. Braden is going through a phase where he's fascinated by all things gross and weird about the body and the world. Macy got him a book of weird science facts for his birthday last year, and I've lost track of how many times he's read it cover to cover. And did you know that there's a disease that causes all your muscles to be replaced by bones until you can't move at all? I pat his head. What did I say about gross facts at the dinner table? Don't do it while people are eating, he replies, looking slightly abashed. We're going to try out for the hockey team next season, I say, changing the subject to something both he and Justin would enjoy and would make for better dinner conversation. That's awesome, Justin says, giving Braden a high five. What position do you want to play? Goalie, he replies automatically. I get to wear better protection and won't get that concussion disease like football players get. Justin chokes slightly on his food at that. Fair point, but you do actually like the sport, right? He nods eagerly. Yeah, I love knocking around the puck and skating. It feels like I'm going to fall, but it also feels like I'm free. I know what you mean. There's nothing like gliding on the ice with a stick in hand, chasing the puck, and scoring a goal. He grins. I was about your age when I started playing, maybe a little younger. I used to do hockey camp every year and play it on school teams. It's actually how I got into college for free. I had a sports scholarship. Braden's eyes widen. You mean if you're good enough at a sport, schools will let you go there for free? He shrugs. I mean, you have to keep your grades up, and the schedule is really tough, but yeah. And you might even get to go pro after. Great players aren't born. They're made through hard work and determination. If you couldn't play hockey, what would you do? He asks. That's a tough one. Justin takes a bite of his chicken to give himself a chance to think before answering. I'm actually not sure. My number one plan has always been to play hockey until I can't anymore. But if I couldn't play professionally, I'd probably be a coach. That, or I would work in sports medicine to help heal injured athletes. He leans in almost conspiratorially. Or maybe I'd work at a hockey rink. I've always wanted to drive a Zamboni. They've never let you drive one. Braden looks both incredulous and disappointed, making us laugh. Unfortunately, you have to be trained for that, and I haven't gotten the chance. Oh. He looks slightly disappointed. But I can see about arranging for us to ride in one. Just once. Braden brightens and looks at me pleadingly. In response, I shrug. As long as it's safe. Justin stays until well after Braden's bedtime. He ends up tucking him in, and I'm so glad they're getting along. Braden deserves to have a father like Justin, and Justin deserves to know his son. After bed, though, it's time for him to go. He lingers at the doorway, his eyes trailing up the stairs to where Braden sleeps. Braden is a great kid, he says. I nod. The best. Swallowing hard, I begin to speak, only for Justin to try to speak at the same time. Listen, Allie, He flashes me a weak smile. You first. I really am sorry for not telling you. It wasn't right, and I want you to be a part of Braden's life in whatever capacity you can do it. That said, you don't have to forgive me, but Braden and I are a package deal. He blinks, looking surprised. I know. Are you worried that I might... Do what exactly? I deflate. I don't know. I think I'm just tired and stressed, and it's making me insecure. It's nothing you've done wrong, not in any of this. Taking a breath, I force a smile. What did you want to say? Now it's his turn to look as though he's ready to challenge me to some kind of fight. I'm staying indefinitely. Braden and I need to get to know each other, and I'm not going to take him away from you. The relief almost brings tears to my eyes. Thank you, Justin, for everything.
Chapter 14. Justin. It's been a couple days since I've met my son, and in that time my thoughts have been consumed by Allie and Braden. My feelings towards Allie are still complicated. When I see her around Braden, I see what a great mom she is, and I know that she probably had her reasons for keeping us apart, but it still hurts. But I still miss the way things were between us. Back when life was simple and all I had to worry about was keeping my grades up to maintain my scholarship. Life only ever gets more complicated as you get older. I knock on Allie's door, the early summer air already growing warm. She opens it with a smile. "Hey, Braden's almost ready," she says, and then turns to call up the stairs. "Braden, your dad's waiting. Hurry up." "Coming." Braden barrels down the stairs, still putting on one of his sneakers. When he wobbles, I feel a stab of panic that he'll fall, but he steadies himself. "One thing at a time, honey," she gently chastises when he reaches the bottom. "Sorry, Mom." He kneels and quickly ties his shoes before bouncing back up. Reaching down, she grabs an overstuffed backpack and her keys. "Ready?" "Is that for a picnic?" I ask as we make our way down the street. "I didn't know you were planning one." Her smile suddenly becomes shy. "I thought it would be a nice surprise." "It is. I can't remember the last time I had a picnic." Okay, maybe that's not entirely true. I do remember it. It was our 3-year anniversary, junior year of college. I wanted something romantic, but I miscalculated. Apparently using a traditional wicker picnic basket means no insulation for foods that should not be left out in the sun. Foods like potato salad, heavy, on the mayonnaise. That night, I had laid out roses on our bed and made the room look romantic. Not that either of us could appreciate it. We were both too busy in the bathroom with food poisoning. Allie laughs. I'd rather forget the last picnic we went on. Braden looks up at her, his eyes wide with curiosity. "What happened?" "I accidentally gave us both food poisoning," I explain. "Mayonnaise in the hot sun is not a good combination." "Mom, did you put mayonnaise on our food?" he asks, looking very concerned. She chuckles. "Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for us," she says. "That's safe to eat at any temperature." He looks satisfied with that response. "Okay. Did you know that George Washington Carver invented the peanut?" I laugh. He didn't invent it. He discovered that they make the soil healthy and showed people that they were delicious and helpful. Allie raises her eyebrows at that. "And how do you know this?" "I still remember some things from school," I reply with a shrug. "Especially if you went to George Washington Carver Elementary. Their school motto was that they're nuts for peanuts." "Peanuts aren't actually nuts," Braden adds. "They're legumes. They grow in the soil instead of the trees like real nuts." I ruffle his hair. "Exactly, you're a very smart kid." The compliment makes him straighten up slightly. I like reading and learning about things. "Just like your mom. She's one of the smartest people I know." When I glance up at her, I see that her cheeks are coloring at the compliment. She glances away. "I'm sure that isn't true." "Hey, if it wasn't for you, I would have flunked half my classes." "But people are smart in different ways," Braden cuts in. "You might not be good at math, but you're a genius at hockey, and that's also important." This kid is amazing. How is it that he can grasp things that most adults don't seem to understand? "That's very wise, Braden," I say. We've reached the park, and he runs over to the playground to climb on the jungle gym. Meanwhile, Allie and I lay out the picnic supplies. "You're good with him," she says softly. "He's a great kid. I can't believe how smart he is, and I know he gets that from you." She looks away and busies herself with pulling out the blanket and lunchboxes. "You're plenty smart, too." "Dad, I found a football," Braden calls. Hearing him call me Dad sets off a warm feeling in my chest. "Let's play." I glance over at Allie, silently asking if she needs my help with the picnic. She jerks her head in Braden's direction, silently giving me permission to go. I jog over to him. Braden is tossing the ball in the air and catching it. The toy clearly hasn't been there for long. It's slightly worn, but not too dirty, and still fully inflated. A family must have forgotten it when they came by earlier today. "Go long," he shouts, throwing the ball while I'm still a good 30 feet away. His technique is excellent, even for a 9-year-old. The ball spirals perfectly, and it moves with impressive accuracy. I sprint to catch up and then jump, snatching it straight out of the air before landing comfortably on my feet. Braden cheers. "Great throw," Now, your turn, I say, tossing it more gently but with similar accuracy. Braden's head ducks and weaves as he gauges where it is and races to catch it before it hits the ground. Like me, he plucks it out of the air like catching a lightning bug in summertime. Nice catch, I say to him as he throws the ball at me again. I got it! I got it! Braden exclaims, arms up to catch the ball. But then his heel bumps against the root of a tree, and with a surprised squawk, he falls. My heart racing, I come sprinting over to him. Images of him with his head cracked open play like a slideshow in my brain. Braden, are you okay? He gives me a baffled look as he stands up and dusts himself off. I'm fine, Dad. I just tripped. Are you sure? I look him up and down. It looks like he just has a couple scrapes, but is otherwise unharmed. He's fine. No need to panic. Yeah, pretty sure. He glances down at his dirtied clothes. Mom's gonna be mad about the grass stains, though. These were my favorite shorts. She always hated grass stains, I reply. So, do you want to keep playing, or... The sound of his stomach grumbling is answer enough. We head back to where Allie waits with the blanket spread out. She hands each of us a lunch bag. Are you okay? She asks. Yeah, I just tripped, he replies with a shrug. It's really not a big deal. She chuckles. I know I was talking to your dad. I blink. Me? Yeah, you, she says, taking a bite of her sandwich. I've never seen you look so panicked. Welcome to parenting. It's exactly as terrifying as you would think. I'm right here, Braden grumbles. Allie wraps an arm around him and kisses his cheek. I know, but it's a parent's job to be terrified for their kids at all times, just like it's our job to let you guys make mistakes and learn from them. After lunch, we play in the park for a little while. By now, the day's heat is getting to us, so when the music of an ice cream truck warbles nearby, we all sprint to catch up to it. What can I get you? The ice cream man asks. Braden studies the menu on the side of the car. Can I have a SpongeBob Pop? Of course, anything else? I'll take a drumstick and... I look over to Allie. You still like the strawberry eclairs, right? She smiles warmly. You remembered. Coming right up, the ice cream man says. He pulls them from the freezer and I pay him, making sure to leave a tip. Braden, what do you say? Allie asks. Thank you, he calls to the ice cream man. And then he turns to me. Thanks, Dad. This is my favorite. Anything for your kid?
Chapter 15. Allie. We're out well past dinner, grabbing a bite to eat at a local pizza place before walking home. I'm tired, Braden complains as we walk. My legs hurt. We're almost there, I say. And I'm sorry, but you're too big for me to carry you. But not too big for me, Justin says. I raise my eyebrows. Are you sure? Yeah, it's no problem. He gets down on one knee. Hop on. Grinning, Braden tackles him from behind, eliciting a soft oof from his dad. But he soon straightens and gets to his feet. Okay, let's go, Justin says. We walk the rest of the way home, the day's activity wearing on all of us. Braden's eyes are slipping closed as we turn onto our street. I pull out my keys and unlock the door, letting the boys pass. Justin carries Braden upstairs before lying him down in bed. I shake our son's arm. I know you're tired, but you need to change and brush your teeth. Groaning, Braden sits up. We step out of the room to give him some privacy. Hey, after Braden goes to bed, can we talk? Justin asks. And the day had been going so well. I guess this conversation is long overdue. Justin deserves an explanation for everything, but the thought of it still fills me with anxiety. Okay. Braden opens the door with a yawn. He's wearing his favorite Star Wars pajamas. In the corner of his mouth is still flecked with toothpaste. Good night, Dad, he says, hugging Justin. Will we be able to hang out again soon? Justin hugs him back tightly. Of course, I had a ton of fun today. Me too. Ready for bed? I ask, squeezing his shoulder. He nods. Tuck me in, Mom? Of course, sweetheart. While Justin heads downstairs, I follow Brayden to his bed and let him curl up under the covers. I really had fun with Dad today, he says, yawning. I love spending time with him. Tears prickle at my eyes as I smile. They're not sad tears, though I am still feeling so much regret. Mostly, though, I'm overjoyed that he and Justin are getting along so well. I'm so happy to hear that. I kiss his forehead. We'll make plans to see him again soon, okay? Okay. His eyelids are drooping. I wish he could stay forever. I open my mouth to try to formulate a response around my heartbreak, but nothing comes to mind. By the time I can bring myself to speak, he's already asleep. I kiss his forehead again. I wish he could stay too. Getting up, I shut the door behind me and head downstairs. Justin is waiting on the back porch. I grab him and myself a beer. This feels like a conversation that requires a drink. Want one? I ask, offering a bottle to him. Yeah, thanks. He takes it and the bottle opener. I sit beside him on the steps of the porch, feeling like we're in college again, taking a breather outside while a party rages on indoors. I take a sip of the drink and sigh. I guess you want to know why I kept Brayden from you. He nods. I keep trying to wrap my head around this because it doesn't make any sense to me. I take a slow breath in and out, forcing myself to ease some of the tension in my chest. When I take another sip of my drink, it's to assuage the dryness in my mouth rather than a desire to drink. I didn't find out I was pregnant until a month or so after you left. You were in the thick of your training, and I knew that you would come back the moment you found out. I can't meet his eyes, so instead, I focus on the stars above. I couldn't do that to you. I know how hard you worked to get there, and I couldn't be the one to stand in the way of your dream. Resting my elbows on my knees, I roll the beer in my hands. I think I was also scared that if I told you, you would grow to resent me and Brayden. I could never. He begins to protest, but I shoot him a look. He frowns but keeps quiet. I'm not saying you would have, but tell me, would you have been happy knowing you had the chance to be a pro and gave it up? Would you have regretted turning your back on your lifelong dream? He's silent for a moment, considering my words. That wasn't a choice for you to make. You're right. I sip the beer to buy time collecting my thoughts. I really am sorry. I wanted to tell you every day, but as time went on, and you got more and more famous, it felt as though the moment had passed. I thought you would never come back here, and if you did, you would have moved on from me. He's silent, staring up at the night sky as he processes everything I said. Steeling myself, I decide to continue. You have every right to be angry. I would be furious if our positions were reversed. If you want nothing to do with me ever again, I would understand. What I did was unforgivable. All I ask is that we remain civil for Brayden's sake. He blinks. Who said I never wanted anything to do with you? I shrug. Like I said, I wouldn't forgive me in your position. Allie, I get it. He sets his beer down and takes one of my hands into both of his. As much as I wish you had given me the choice to be in our son's life, I understand why you did what you did. After you blocked me, I thought that I had done something to hurt you. Never, I reply without hesitating. I'm the one who hurt you, but I didn't know that. All I knew was that we parted on good terms. And then suddenly, you wanted nothing to do with me. I'm sorry. I never wanted to hurt you. I was just, I don't know. Scared, he suggests. I nod. I was scared, and I couldn't think straight. All I could think about was how my life was already derailed and that I couldn't let it happen to you, even if you hated me for it. I don't think I could ever hate you, he says. What you did hurt me, but I do understand it now. I'm sorry you felt like you had to go it all alone. Sniffling, I wipe a tear from my eye as I give him a watery smile. Not exactly alone. I had Macy and Elena. They were lifesavers, especially after Brayden was born. The only reason I could do it was because of them. They're good friends, he replies. I honestly have no idea how I got their approval. I chuckle. You're the only one, you know. No other man seemed to pass their muster. I'm so glad you had people to help you and Brayden, and I can't wait to be one of those people now. I know I shouldn't, but my body moves independently of my mind as I throw my arms around him. Thank you so much for understanding. I'm so grateful you get to share Brayden's life with us now. And again, I'm so sorry for all the years I was too afraid to tell you. Pulling out of my grip, he cups my cheek in his hand. Okay, from this point on, no more self-loathing, got it? What's done is done. We can't change the past, but we can make a better future for ourselves. I nod, my eyelids involuntarily fluttering shut as he swipes a thumb along my cheek. Okay, no more self-recrimination. He chuckles. You've always been too hard on yourself, Allie. You made a difficult choice out of a list of difficult choices, and even though I wish I had known about Brayden, I can see the sacrifice you made by not telling me. For a moment, we lock eyes. I feel a pull like a magnet, drawing me ever closer to him, and he seems to do the same. We lean into each other. He tilts his head, and I think that we're about to kiss. But then he lets go, putting down his hand. Getting to his feet, he finishes his beer. Thank you for today. Can you let me know when you're free again? Of course, I reply, getting to my feet. I hold out my hand to take his bottle of beer. You're so good with Brayden. When I was tucking him in, he told me that he had a lot of fun today. Like I said, he's an amazing kid. I love getting to know him. He hands me the empty bottle. Thanks for the beer and the explanation. I'm glad we were able to clear the air. Same. We slowly make our way to the front door, neither of us seeming to really want to go. He lingers in the doorway. I guess I should be going then. He holds out his arms, and for a moment I'm confused as to what he wants. And then it hits me. He's offering a hug goodbye. It's so simple, and yet I never thought I would experience it again. I wrap my arms around his torso, and he gives me a tight squeeze. I'll see you again in the next couple days, he says. I smile. I can't wait, and I'm sure Brayden can't either. I watch him leave out the front door, leaving me all alone. Somehow, though, I feel so much lighter than I did before. I didn't realize how much this secret had been weighing on me. It's a relief to have everything finally out in the open. Chapter 16. Allie. Justin waves at us from outside the restaurant we're supposed to meet at. Grinning, Brayden runs up to him and throws his arms around his waist. Hey, bud, I missed you too, he says. So, what is this place? I ask, staring up at the spooky exterior. A sign above us is emblazoned with the name Jekyll and Hyde. You'll see. Justin is wearing a baseball cap over his head, partially obscuring his face. Trust me, though, it'll be fun. Brayden will love it. The inside of the place is just as spooky as the outside, with holographic paintings that change as you walk past and light up statues. Brayden looks like a kid on Christmas morning, or rather, a kid on Halloween night. A hostess dressed like a vampire smiles as we approach, revealing her long teeth. Good evening, she says like Dracula. Table for 3 under Collins, Justin says. Right this way, sir. With that, she leads us deeper into the restaurant. Brayden's gaze shoots around the room as he takes everything in. I can tell that he wants to explore every nook and cranny, and his barely restrained excitement is infectious. We take a seat at a booth that has an excellent view of the stage. When you said you wanted to take us out to dinner, this is not what I expected, I joke, staring at a menu of gourmet food with spooky puns. I went to the New York location for Halloween a couple years back and had a surprisingly good time, though that could be mostly the cocktail menu. Still, I thought Braden would have more fun here than the usual stuffy restaurant, and the food's pretty good too. My heart warms a bit at that. I know that he wants to make up for lost time, and it's sweet that he's doing so much to make nice memories for our son. A waitress in a witch costume approaches the table with her notebook. "Good evening, boils and ghouls. It's my pleasure to be your witch rest tonight. What kind of witch's brew would you like to drink to start?" "Braden and I will have the vampire's favorite lemonade," I say. "It's just lemonade with blood orange, but it looks yummy." "I'll take Jekyll's elixir," Justin says, ordering off the alcoholic beverage menu. "Coming up faster than a bat flies," she replies. The music abruptly shifts, and the lights all go on around an animatronic. He moves around and makes a couple jokes, but he's not the one I'm paying attention to. People sneaking glances at Justin and whispering. Great. The waitress returns with the drinks and takes our orders. Justin gets the Cannibal's Delight, a bacon-wrapped steak dish, while I get the Jekyll special, a surf and turf dish of steak in a sweet marinade, and spicy shrimp. Braden orders the unraveled mummy chicken Alfredo with tagliatelle noodles. "Am I allowed to explore?" Braden asks. I glance over at the waitress. "Is that okay?" "Most people do," she replies, and then smiles mischievously. "It's fine as long as you don't interrupt any other diners or waiters. Keep an eye out for elements on the periodic table. If you find them all and answer Jekyll's riddle, you get a prize." His eyes widen as he looks over to us. "Please." I nod. "Where can we find the riddle?" "It's on the daily specials menu," she replies. "Happy hunting." "Here," I say, picking it up. "What is the chemical formula for Jekyll's secret potion?" I glance over at Justin, who shrugs. "Beats me." I guess it wouldn't be much of a riddle if the answer was obvious. Digging through my purse, I pull out a pen and an old receipt. "Here, you can write down the elements you find. When you see the food arrive, or we call you, you have to come though." "Deal." With that, he gets to his feet and starts searching the restaurant. "Do you want to try my drink?" he asks, offering it to me. I take a sip, ignoring the way my heart flutters like a teenage girl at this indirect kiss. The drink is strong, but nice. It's good. This whole place is great, actually. I'm glad you brought us here. "I thought Braden would get a kick out of it," he replies, sipping his drink. "It's a cute place. He's definitely going to want to have his birthday here, probably for the rest of his life." Justin chuckles. "I'm sure we can arrange something." Around us, I can see more people whispering and looking in our direction. Some have taken out their phones and seem to be trying to surreptitiously take pictures of us. I try to ignore them, but it makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. "Here you go," the waitress says, setting our food in front of us. "I'll get Braden," Justin says, getting out of the booth. The whispers and stares seem to reach a fever pitch as he gets up and retrieves our wayward son. "I think I found everything," he says, setting the receipt in front of me, but I'm not sure what it means. I look at the list. Oxygen, yttrium, polonium, potassium, and sulfur. I'm not sure what they have in common or what they have to do with the answer. Justin studies the list and shrugs. "You were always better at chemistry than I was." Popping a shrimp in my mouth, I chew thoughtfully. "Let me pull up a periodic table. Maybe it's the abbreviations that spell something out. Like those shirts that the science majors like to wear," Justin suggests as he takes a bite of his steak. That's actually a good idea. I copy down the elements' abbreviations next to their names. O, Y, PO, K, and S. When he sees it, Braden's eyes light up. I've got it. Taking the receipt from me, he writes down SPOOKY. Great job, I exclaim, giving him a high five. Justin affectionately ruffles his hair. You're so smart. I couldn't have figured it out without you, he says bashfully. Your mom and I were always great at chemistry. It's actually how we met. His eyes widen as he glances between us. It is? We were lab partners in chemistry, I reply. Justin had the steadier hand for the experiments while I was better at math. We made a pretty good team, he adds. Our eyes meet for a moment, and somehow, I feel like he's talking about more than our college classes. Feeling my face heat up, I look away. So even after chemistry class was over, and we started doing more specific courses related to our major, we still wanted to spend time together. We dated through all 4 years of college, I say. How are you all doing? The waitress asks. Can I get you any more drinks? We solved the riddle. Braden proudly presents her with the receipt. She reads the answer and smiles. Congratulations. Let me get this to Dr. Jekyll, and he'll present you with your prize. Just don't tell anyone else the answer. Winking, she wanders off. A few minutes later, the stage comes to life with lights and music, the animatronics going wild and playing loud enough for all to hear. It's Dr. Jekyll! A gargoyle screams. A man in a top hat and half his face, made up like a monster, appears on stage. I've heard that someone has solved my riddle. Who was it? A spotlight swirls around the restaurant before landing on Braden. Dr. Jekyll grins and beckons with a finger. Young man, come on up. Your parents too. Reluctantly, I make my way onto the stage with Braden and Justin at my side. The crowd fills with murmurs when Justin steps into the spotlight. A few cameras flash. For solving my riddle, you three will each receive a Jekyll and Hyde t-shirt. Igor. Comin', master. A waiter with a hunchback calls. He carries a pile of shirts as he lopes onto the stage. Size? He whispers in a normal voice. I give him my and Braden's shirt sizes. Justin leans over to give his own. Excellent, he proclaims in his fake accent and pulls out a shirt for each of us while the crowd applauds. Several cameras flash and I try to hide my face. Braden, though, is soaking in the crowd. I think he believes that the whispers and cameras are for him. And I don't have the heart to tell him that it's probably because they recognize his dad. I doubt that it would bother him too much, but he still deserves to have his moment. Once the applause dies down, we head back to the table. I think this calls for dessert, Justin declares as we finish our dinner. Braden looks pleadingly at me, and I can't bring myself to say no. I think you might be right, I reply. Yes! He pumps his fist while Justin and I exchange amused glances. The waitress shows up to take our plates, and we all order. Justin gets the Boonilla sundae, Braden gets the Mad Scientist lava cake, and I order the tiramisu. Justin Collins? Someone asks. It's a guy in a Mustang's hockey shirt. He flashes the stranger a blinding smile. What can I do for you? Can I take a picture? The guys at work will never believe I ran into you. Sure thing, he replies, and they take a selfie. But soon, another person comes up, and then another. Eventually, a line is forming while his ice cream sundae is melting. I admire that he has the time for every fan, but it's also incredibly awkward. I feel like some animal on a safari. And I can tell that Braden is getting antsy, too. Finally, though, the line ends. He has his dessert and picks up the check. I try to pay it before him, but he insists because it was all his idea. Thank you, I say as we leave. My shirt and Braden's shirt are both draped over my arm, while his is carelessly slung over his shoulder. I had no idea this place existed. It was awesome, Braden exclaims. I want to have my birthday party here. Chuckling, Justin ruffles Braden's hair. That sounds like a great idea.
Chapter 17. Justin. I wake before dawn with an energy buzzing underneath my skin. Ordinarily, I'd work it out in my private gym, but that's not an option. I've seen the hotel gym, and it's pretty sparse, so I decide to go on a run instead. Donning my running clothes, I head out and begin a brisk jog to the park. I'm not prone to air sickness, but the difference in elevation between Denver and Florida is obvious, and it doesn't take me long to feel it. It's good training, though. Not all my matches will be at a comfortable elevation after all. My legs and lungs burn pleasantly as I run. Out of the corner of my eyes, I see a couple cameras flash, but I ignore them. The paparazzi are ever present and annoying as hell, but that's the price of being famous. About a half hour into my jog, my phone buzzes, interrupting the Rolling Stones song playing in my earbuds. Seeing that it's my agent, Carl, I take the call. "What's up?" I ask. "Have you seen the news?" Carl demands. I slow to a stop, my brows furrowing as I try to remember if I did anything the public would consider to be bad behavior. Nothing springs to mind. "I haven't. Why?" "It's come out that you have a secret family you've been hiding from the fans." Carl laughs. "It's crazy." I'm stunned into silence. Allie hates the spotlight, and now I've put her and Braden under an insane amount of scrutiny just by associating with me. "Your silence is worrying me," Carl says. "Do you secretly have a family that you never told anyone about?" "Would it be any of their business if I did?" I snap. "It's my private life." "Which stopped being private when you got famous," Carl retorts. "You know this." I need to sit down somewhere or else my legs will give out. Spotting a bench, I take a seat with a sigh. "What's going on? Who are the woman and kid in all these pictures?" I rub at the headache growing behind my eyes. Long story short, I ran into my ex Allie at my 10-year college reunion, and we reconnected after a decade of radio silence. The next day, I went over to the salon she owns, and I met her son. "So you reconnected with an ex, and have been getting to know her and her son. That's not too bad." Taking a slow breath in and out, I brace myself. That's not the whole thing, though. When I saw Braden, her son, I realized that we had a strong resemblance, and he's almost 10 years old. "Oh," Carl says, and then it hits him. "Oh." She kept him as a secret from me because she didn't want either of them to hold me back in my hockey career. I only found out by accident, but now that I know, I'm trying to make up for lost time. That's why I'm staying here indefinitely. "I get it," Carl replies, "and I don't blame you. It's a lot to take in, and for what it's worth, I think you're handling all this the right way." "Thanks." I let out a weak laugh. I feel bad, though. How can Braden have a normal childhood if he's hounded by the paparazzi everywhere he goes? I don't know. But for now, let's worry about you, because that's my job in all of this. Would Allie be comfortable if we explained the whole story to everyone? My stomach twists at the thought of the public hearing our story. I've forgiven Allie for what she did, but the fans are far more fickle. One moment they could love you, and the next, they could hate you. And Allie is in the wrong for keeping Braden from me. She knows this, and I'm worried that the world will make her out to be some kind of monster. I'll have to ask her, I finally say. Regardless, our number one priority will be to protect her and Braden. I can take the heat, but she has her own life and career, and Braden is a child. Got it? Understood, Carl replies. There's an awkward pause on the other end of the line. Then he clears his throat. "And how are you doing?" Asking as a friend, not as an agent. Finding out you have a son is a lot to process. "Are you okay?" "I'm good," I reply. "Better than good. If it wasn't for the tabloids making a spectacle of my private life, I'd be happier than ever." "I'm glad." There is another pause as he collects his thoughts. You're not angry with your ex? I was. Sighing, I gazed into the middle distance, watching the morning runners jog past. But I get why she did it. And now that we're in for a massive PR nightmare, I really get it. Being constantly hounded by the tabloids is no way to live, especially for a child. It hurts, and I hate that I missed out on his life. But she made a bad choice in a situation with only bad choices. She's an amazing mother, and Brayden is an amazing kid. What's he like? Carl asks. He's told me enough about his kids over the years that I feel like I know them, so now it's time to return the favor. I don't know that much about children, but he's one of the best I've ever met. He's sweet and polite, funny and whip-smart. It's like he's the best of both me and Allie at once, and I've only just met him, but I'm already so unbearably proud of him. Getting to know him is like finding a piece to the puzzle I didn't even know I was missing. Parents like to talk about seeing their kid for the first time as being love at first sight, Carl says. In my experience, it's true. The moment my kids took their first breaths, I loved them with everything I had. I'm glad you get to know what that's like. I am, too. Talk to Allie about setting the record straight, okay? I think it might be the best way to clear the air. I'll see what I can do, I reply and hang up the phone. Then I text Allie to see if she's busy and if I can come by. She tells me that she's taking Brayden to a friend's house but will be back shortly, giving me plenty of time to go home, change, and take an Uber to her place. It's for the best that Brayden is not present for this conversation. The moment I ring the bell, she opens the door. "Hey, what's up?" she asks, letting me in. We sit in the living room as I explain that the tabloids have noticed us spending time together, and rumors are going around that I'm purposely hiding my family from the public. When I finish, she sighs. That is not ideal. I nod. There are worse scandals to get stuck in, but yeah, this is going to get messy. I wanted you to know so that we can prepare Brayden. What about you? What are you going to do? She asks, leaning forward intently and resting her elbows on her knees. My agent wants me to just tell the truth that Brayden is my son and that I was unaware of him until recently, I say, watching her face carefully for any reaction. She freezes slightly, her eyes wide. What did you say? That I would only do it if you said it was okay. Reaching across the couch, I take her hand. I know how much you value your privacy, and I don't want all this stuff to mess up Brayden. I told him that your and Brayden's safety and peace of mind were my main priorities. Her eyes seem to glisten for a moment as she gives my hand a squeeze. Then she seems to push the tears away. Thank you. I think you should tell, though. No one needs to know the whole story, but you can give them just enough to get the world off our backs. I nod. I'll keep your names out of the story and try my best to keep your faces out of the spotlight. But I also don't want to live in fear of these jerks. So, if you're comfortable, we'll otherwise keep going as usual. We'll still take Brayden to the carnival tomorrow. I mean, we have nothing to hide and nothing to be ashamed of. Maybe you don't, she mumbles, pulling her hand away. I let it go. You don't either. I flash her a smile to eliminate any harshness in my response. I already said you're forgiven. She gives me a tight smile in return. Forgiving myself is much harder. Then she takes a slow breath in and out. But you're right. We can't hide forever in fear of the tabloids. This is none of their business, and we have our lives to live. I grin. Exactly. Reaching over, she pats my knee. Would you like something to eat? I was about to make a sandwich. My stomach grumbles. In all the stress, I had forgotten to eat breakfast. That sounds amazing. After texting Carl that we have permission to give the public the truth, I follow her into the kitchen. She already has a turkey and cheese sandwich prepared for me. Unfortunately, eating it does little to assuage the growing anxiety in my gut. Most of the time, I don't mind the tabloids. They're nothing but background noise and audience to play to when I want to look good outside the rink, but this is personal. Until today, I've enjoyed some modicum of privacy as I reconnected with Allie and got to know our son. Now it's about to be laid out for the whole world to see, and all this is done without our consent. It's unsettling how little privacy you have when everyone knows your name.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself, because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 18. Justin. The Colorado State Fair is apparently an annual tradition with Allie and Braden. Each year they go to ride the rides, play the overpriced games, pet animals at the petting zoo, and eat an absurd amount of fried food. Though it's usually just a day for the two of them, they insisted that I come along. Braden tugs at my hand as we enter. Come on, Dad, I'm finally old enough for the haunted house. I shoot Allie a look and she shrugs. I promised him last year, but if he's traumatized by it, that's on him. Braden grins toothily up at her. I won't be. It's all animatronics, and sometimes people in costumes. Except for that one time it was a real dead body. I blink. What? Allie rolls her eyes, her lips curling in barely concealed amusement. From the book of fun facts Macy gave him. Yeah, he was a real Wild West outlaw, and when he was shot by the sheriff, he got put on display, Braden says, his eyes bright as he shares this strange tale. His body went all over the place, and people forgot what it was. But then, when they were filming a TV show at a carnival haunted house, they realized that the hanging prop mannequin was really that dead outlaw. Do you think there'll be any dead bodies in this one? Chuckling, I ruffle his curly hair. I hope not. Then the place would really be haunted. We approach the ticket booth, and I purchase enough for us to do whatever we want for the whole day. Braden then tugs me in the direction of the haunted house, rambling the whole way about how he'd want his body to be used as a prop to scare people on Halloween. But not until he's old and dead, of course. The line for the haunted house ride moves quickly. We all get into one car, and a recording of someone doing a bad impression of Dracula exclaims, "Welcome to my nightmare realm." Braden, sitting between us, grabs my hand tightly in excitement as the doors open and the ride accelerates. It's really not all that scary, even by kid-friendly haunted house standards. It's very loud and full of flashing lights. Animatronics screech and fly into our faces, and there's a bit of fake blood. That's about it. By the end, Braden is looking more annoyed than exhilarated. I could have done it last year, he complains. Allie chuckles. You're right. Sorry for underestimating you. She glances around. How about we try our hand at the water gun game? Would that be more fun? Disappointment about the haunted house completely forgotten, his entire face lights up as he nods eagerly. Yes. He races over there, the two of us following close behind. I pay to play the game. Sitting on the stools, we take aim and shoot the water, racing the horses all the way to the top. It dings, announcing Allie as the winner. She cheers and high-fives me and Braden. You can pick 2 small prizes or a medium prize, the carnival worker says. A medium elephant plushie, please, she says. Here you go. He hands the toy to her, and she passes it to Braden. I won it for you. Brayden pushes it back into her arms. You deserve it, Mom. You won the game. We can compromise, she suggests. It can belong to both of us. I'll name it, though. He nods. That sounds fair. What will you call it? I ask as we walk to the next ride, the Scrambler. She thinks for a moment. Palmier. Like the cookies? I ask. She nods, her brown eyes sparkling. Elephant ear cookies. That's adorable, I say. The Scrambler is considerably more fun than the haunted house. The line moves a little slower, making Brayden shift from foot to foot in anticipation. But when we get on, it's a nice little thrill. Can we go again, please? He asks once it's over. We do the ride another 2 times before we move on to another game, balloon darts. Brayden is surprisingly good at this one, popping 3 balloons on his first attempt. You were amazing, I tell him, ruffling his hair as he picks out his prize. As we walk through the carnival, I feel eyes on me. It's something that I'm used to at this point, but I can sense Allie's discomfort as she also registers the sensation of being watched. Still, this day is about having fun as a family, so I won't let them get to me. People are weird and entitled, especially when you're famous. They seem to think that just because they know your name, they're entitled to know everything about you, and that public figures can't have private lives. It's incredibly annoying even at the best of times and can be downright dangerous at the worst times. After another ride on the Scrambler, we decide to take a break and have a snack. Usually I try to stay health conscious. After all, I'm one of the country's top athletes. But a little indulgence now and then doesn't hurt. We camp out at a picnic table, a smorgasbord of deep-fried food in front of us. Chicken tenders, cheese fries, corn dogs, fried Oreos, and fried Twinkies. It's the kind of meal that would have my nutritionist wake up in a cold sweat, muttering, "It was only a nightmare, it was only a nightmare." I take a bite of a fried Oreo and close my eyes at the taste. Heaven is real, and it's found in a fried cookie. I'm so going to regret this meal later, but this is amazing. We try not to eat too much fried food, Allie says, but this is the one day a year that's the exception. Our bellies filled with greasy goodness, we wander over to the petting zoo pen. Along the way, I spot the high striker strongman game. And how could I possibly resist that? Just 1 second, I say, and saunter over. The person running the game looks me up and down, and then blinks, apparently recognizing me. You get 5 swings, sir? I grin and take the heavy hammer. Behind me, I sense a crowd gathering, but I ignore them in favor of focusing on the weight of the hammer and hitting the strike pad. I pull back, and then, with as much force as I can muster, I swing down. The puck flies up and strikes the bell. 1. The crowd around me erupts in cheers as I swing back and strike again. The bell dings. 2, 3, 4. By now it feels like I have the attention of everyone around us. My arms are getting a little tired, but the energy from the crowd feeds my own. I swing down. Ding! 5 perfect strikes. The crowd cheers as Brayden and Allie run up to hug me. I'll take the giant blue gorilla, I say to the person running the game. When I receive it, I hold it up triumphantly for the rest of the crowd to see before giving it to Allie. To win the lady's favor, I say with a wink. Giggling, she rolls her eyes. I guess chivalry isn't dead. Naturally, though, all good things must come to an end, and not everyone will be happy with a family simply existing in public. Hey! A man shouts as we near the petting zoo. He's clearly had a few too many craft beers. Hey, Collins, did you really have a secret son this whole time? Ignore him, Allie mutters to Brayden as she pulls him along. He looks scared, and I never want to see that expression on my son's face again. How could you just up and abandon your kid like that for your hockey career? I thought you were a good guy, but you suck just as much as anyone else. Let's go, I grit out, placing an arm around Allie's shoulders and gently pushing Brayden between the shoulder blades as we make our quick exit. Dad, why was he talking to you like that? Brayden asks when he gets in the car. He's clutching his prize to his chest, his eyes shiny with unshed tears. I sigh as I pull out of the parking lot. You know how I play hockey? He nods. Yeah. Well, when you're famous, people will think that they know you when they really don't. That guy was one of those people. I see my knuckles turning white on the steering wheel and flex my fingers, taking a slow, calming breath in and out. He must have seen pictures of the three of us and assumed that I abandoned you on purpose. The important thing is that you know it isn't true. I would never abandon you. I glance over at Allie, who is frozen with a look of guilt on her face. Taking one hand off the wheel, I give her knee a squeeze. And your mom had good reasons for not telling me about you. People who don't know you will always assume the worst of you, but that doesn't mean you have to believe them. Braden's face is pensive as he considers this. Finally, he nods. Okay, that makes sense, I think. You know that you did nothing wrong, right? Allie finally says. She glances over at me. And your dad didn't do anything wrong either. Life is complicated, and people who don't know you won't see how complicated it can be. I shoot her a soft smile. So, we'll just keep living our lives, and they can be as mad as they want. It says more about them than it does about us.
Chapter 19. Allie. Because we feel bad for cutting the day short, we get McDonald's and ice cream on the way home. Tomorrow we can go back to eating healthy, but today is meant for junk food and fun. We pull into the driveway. Braden heads upstairs with his prizes, while I put the massive gorilla Justin 1 in the living room. At my behest, Braden is taking a shower after a long day in the hot sun. I hear the sound of the water running up above. What am I going to do with you? I ask the stuffed animal, my hands on my hips as I think about where to put him so that he doesn't get in the way. Cherish him and keep him at the head of the dining room table. A place of honor for our gorilla king, Justin says. He slings an arm around my shoulder in a way that feels much too familiar. I inhale sharply before forcing myself to relax. It's only Justin. Sure, we've got a ton of history and a ton of baggage, but he's always been the type to casually sling his arm around people's shoulders or pat them affectionately on the back. It doesn't have to mean anything. He lets go and steps away, but his smile never leaves his face. What are you gonna call him? Kong? Magilla, like the cartoon, I reply. Remember when we used to get drunk and watch it together? Only because there was nothing on TV, and I was feeling nostalgic for cartoons I watched at my grandma's house, he replies with a laugh. He studies the stuffed animal for a moment. But Magilla is a good name. Kong is a little too cliché, isn't it? I nod. A bit, yeah. Well, that's why you've always been the brains and I've always been the brawn. I snort. You're way smarter than you give yourself credit for. Still not half as smart as you. I bite back a smile. No argument there. Hey! He pokes me in the rib, and I shriek a laugh at the ticklish point of contact. His grin immediately becomes mischievous. I forgot how ticklish you are. Laughing, I back away. Don't you dare. He playfully wiggles his fingers at me as he advances upon me like a predator stalking its prey. Come on, I won't bite. Stay back. Come on. You used to love what these fingers could do. I'm going to bed now, Braden proclaims from the bottom of the steps. He's standing there in his pajamas, with his hair still damp. Of all the times for him to walk in. I'll tuck you in, Justin says. Okay. We both follow him upstairs. I linger in the doorway while Justin sits on the edge of Braden's bed and covers him in a blanket. Braden yawns and holds his newly won Pikachu plushie. I had fun today, he says. Thanks for coming with us. Justin sighs. I had fun too. I'm sorry about that jerk who ruined it though. It wasn't fair. It's not like you were going to fight him or anything, Braden replies with a shrug. Then he seems to backtrack. Wait, actually, can you beat him up next time? That would be so cool. Chuckling, Justin shakes his head. Violence isn't the answer, kiddo. But you fight people all the time during your games. Well, that's different. How? Brayden asks, genuinely curious. Your dad and the people who your dad plays against are all professionals, I cut in. They're athletes, and they know the risk. But if he punched someone who didn't know how to take it, he could seriously injure them. Oh. He pauses, thinking carefully. Like those masters in martial arts movies who tell the hero that he should only fight to protect himself and others. Exactly, I reply. Justin shoots me a grateful look before turning back to our son. Still, Brayden, thank you for understanding. You're a wise kid. Brayden nods and lets out a jaw-cracking yawn. Good night, Mom. Good night, Dad. Good night, Brayden, we both reply before leaving the room. He really is a good kid, Justin says as we retreat to the living room. I smile to myself. The best. And I wanted to say that I'm sorry about today, Justin says. I've been talking to my PR team about the announcement, and I promise I'll get it out soon. I don't want to put any more stress on you. I give his arm a squeeze, the touch lingering a bit longer than necessary. It's not your fault. Really? I meant it when I said you've done nothing wrong. Sighing, I rub my tired eyes. But after today, I could really use a drink. You? Please. I grab us a couple beers and we head out to sit on the back porch. Did you have a good time aside from that jerk at the end? I had a great time, he replies. The haunted house was a bit lame, though. I think Brayden was right that a real dead body would have spruced the whole thing up. Stop, I say, laughing as I smack his arm. They did their best. Then I'd hate to see them half do something. We both chuckle at that, and I'm reminded of a very different carnival from more than a decade ago. Do you remember the first time we went to the state fair? You mean when Elena made the mistake of getting drunk, eating a ton of chili cheese fries, and then going on to the tilt-a-whirl? I wrinkle my nose at that. My hair smelled like vomit for a week. Well, my outfit was pretty much unsalvageable, he replies, taking a sip of his drink. I had to throw away the shirt. It was one of my favorites, too. Well, I can't say I didn't enjoy you walking around shirtless the rest of the evening. It's his turn to look slightly flustered, though it was less obvious than when I get that way. He has a cool exterior to maintain, after all. And I enjoyed putting on a show for you. Maybe Elena did it on purpose, I suggest with a laugh. She got herself sick so that we'd all be able to enjoy the view. A true hero for our times. Not the one we deserve, but the one we needed. I take a sip of my beer. If I closed my eyes, I could pretend that time had never passed at all. We were still in college, worrying only about ourselves and our GPA. I remember the Ferris wheel, Justin says. We thought it would be cute to ride to the top and kiss while taking a selfie. I think I still have that picture somewhere, I say, racking my brain as I try to imagine where it might have gone. It was one of my favorite photos of us. His eyes widen. You kept it? Of course I did. I kept everything from that time. I look away, swallowing thickly. Even if I knew we couldn't be together, I didn't want to let you go. I thought you had forgotten about me, he admits quietly. I chuckle softly. Justin Collins? How could anyone ever forget you? We're leaning into each other, our bodies tantalizingly close. I keep expecting him to pull away, or for my own body to recoil, but that doesn't happen. I never forgot you either, he murmurs, his breath hot on my lips. I'm not sure who connects first. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's him. But the next thing I know, we're falling into each other, his lips on mine. I feel the sensation of his stubble on my cheeks, contrasting the softness of his lips. His tongue probes at the edge of my lips, and I let him in. Soon, our mouths are mingling as one. God, I've missed this. I've missed the taste of him. The way he knows all the right places to touch me, to make me feel like I'm the most precious thing in the world. A pleased moan crawls unbidden from my throat, and it only encourages him as he deepens the kiss. It feels exactly as it did back then, only now there's something more there.
Chapter 20. Justin! The kiss becomes all-consuming. I don't know where she begins and I end. Her tongue methodically drives me wild with desire. My hands are buried in her hair, and if it wasn't for the leverage I'm providing, I'm sure she would already be in a puddle at my feet. I pull back, trying to gather a breath and ready my heartbeat. "Allie," I say in a breathy moan. "Justin," she replies in a breathy tone. "What are we doing?" "I don't know," I wholeheartedly reply, because I don't. This has the magnitude to blow up in our faces, and the biggest victim of the casualty will be Brayden. "I don't know either," she responds quietly. "But what I do know is that I don't want to stop." She hardly gets her words out before her lips are crashing into mine again, pliant and needy. She reaches up and grabs a handful of my hair, steadying herself and bringing her body in closer to mine. I'm sure she can feel me hard against her stomach. It feels like a strange sense of déjà vu. This may be a terrible, terrible idea, but both our bodies are definitely on board. "One time," she sighs against my mouth. I'm not sure I can keep that promise, but for the sake of right now, I'll agree, I say, as I pick her up and her legs automatically wrap around my waist. My strong arms cradle her effortlessly as I carry her inside the house. Every step I take seems deliberate, quiet, as if I know the stakes are higher than just our stolen moments of passion. The house is silent, the dim light from a hallway lamp faintly illuminating our path. My heart pounds, each beat reverberating through my body as I carry Allie's warmth close to my skin. She clings to me, her arms wrapped around my neck. Each stair creaks softly as we ascend, and we both freeze momentarily with every sound, ensuring Brayden isn't disturbed. We enter her bedroom, and as I gently close the door behind us, a rush of heat fills the space between us. I look at her, my eyes dark with desire, and I can barely breathe.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
She nuzzles her face into my chest. "God, Justin," she whispers, her voice filled with a mixture of contentment and lingering desire. "I've missed this so much, more than I ever let myself admit." I nestle closer into her, my fingers tracing lazy patterns on her chest. "I've missed you too, Allie. More than you know." Her fingers weave gently through my hair, the motion soothing and rhythmic. It's as if she's memorizing the texture, the way each strand feels. Her touch is tender, filled with a care that sends a warm, comforting sensation through me. I relax into her embrace, the weight of the world slipping away as she continues to stroke my hair. My eyelids grow heavier with each caress, the last remnants of tension melting away. "You wore me out," I say almost inaudibly, my words slurring as sleep overtakes me. I hear her laugh quietly. "Sleep, Justin," she whispers softly, almost like a lullaby. "I'll be here when you wake up." Her words, filled with such reassuring promise, are the last thing I hear before surrendering fully to the pull of sleep. I pull her closer into my embrace, her head resting against my chest, where the steady rhythm of her heartbeat lulls me into a deeper sense of happiness and peace.
Chapter 21. Allie. Awareness comes to me slowly in the haze of the early morning. The night before feels like a dream. Breathing slowly, I inhale his musky scent on my sheets and pillows. He was here. Justin was in my bed, touching me like he used to a decade ago, our bodies becoming one in ecstasy. How was that possible? After everything I've done, how could he possibly want anything to do with me? How could he want me the way that I want him? I sit up, gathering the blanket to my chest and breathing in his scent. It has to be a one-time thing. After everything I did to him, there was no way he would want to rekindle what we have. Would he? Throwing on my clothes, I pad down the stairs. The smell and sound of sizzling food fills the air, making my stomach grumble. I pause in the doorway, unable to bring myself to go in and interrupt this little moment of domesticity between father and son. "Do you like anything in your pancakes?" Justin asks. "Chocolate chips," Braden replies. "That used to be my favorite too. Your mom and I would make them before any big tests. She does that for me too. And my birthday sometimes, though usually I want waffles on those days." An excellent choice. Justin pauses, and I hear the soft slap of a pancake flipping on the griddle. "Can you take that fork and flip the bacon for me? That way, we won't burn it." Braden gets to his feet and crosses the room to do as his father asks. Mom doesn't usually let me help with the bacon. She doesn't want me to get burned. It can be our little secret. Justin holds out a pinky, and Braden curls his around it. It could be the headiness of the night before, still getting to me, but tears prickle at my eyes as I watch them interact. Justin is the father that Braden deserves, and he genuinely seems to love his son. Maybe somehow we could work this out. Maybe we could be a real family. Maybe it isn't too late for us. "Do you know what to do if the bacon grease does catch on fire?" Justin asks. "Throw water on it?" Braden guesses. "Actually, no. Oil and water don't mix, so you'll make the flaming grease splatter everywhere. Instead, you cover it." He holds up a glass lid and demonstrates covering the pan. "Do you know why?" "Because fire feeds on oxygen," Braden says proudly. "Sealing the fire in the pot will make it eat all the oxygen and then die." "Exactly. High five." He holds up a hand for Justin to slap. "You're a really smart kid, you know that?" Braden giggles bashfully. "I want to be smarter, though. Like you and Mom." "You'll get there," Justin says, ruffling Braden's hair. "We're just older and have more experience. I know I wasn't as smart as you when I was your age." Braden shakes his head. "I bet you were very smart. You were just smart in a way that's different from most other people." "You're right, Braden," I say, announcing my presence. Both father and son yelp and turn around. When Braden sees me, his eyes light up and he runs over to give me a hug. "Good morning, Mom." "Good morning to you too." I hug him tightly, lifting him and swinging him a little bit like a dog shaking chew toy. He giggles as I set him down. "Dad and I made pancakes and bacon." "I hope you don't mind," Justin says. There's something in his eyes, though, that implies that he is asking permission for something far deeper than raiding my pantry and fridge with our son. Making breakfast for us is a new form of intimacy. It's a sign that he's making himself at home, letting himself be seen as family rather than a guest. "Of course not. It makes things a lot easier on me," I reply, taking my seat at the kitchen table. Even if last night was a one-time thing, he deserves to feel welcome in our house. Between a 10-year-old with limited cooking experience and a rich guy who probably hasn't used a kitchen in years, though, I have reservations about how the food will taste. Still, the important thing is that they're bonding. Will you do the honors? Justin asks, handing Braden a plate topped with pancakes and bacon. Sir, yes, sir, he exclaims, and carefully carries the plate to set in front of me. Then he takes the other two and places them in front of his and Justin's seats. Justin sits down next to me and places a mug of coffee in front of me before sipping his own. You still like it with cream and sugar, right? I smile, sipping it. I can't believe you remembered all this about me. You're hard to forget. His eyes meet mine, and I feel pinned down by his soft gaze, heart fluttering. I feel my cheeks warm and force myself to look away. You are too. Are you getting married? Braden asks, his eyes wide with guileless hope. The spell comes crashing down. Right. We have more to think about here than just each other. How do you respond to a question like that? I can't give Braden false hope, but I also don't want to deny how I really feel. Not again. And it wouldn't be fair to Justin either. I hurt him, so it's up to him to forgive me. Thankfully, Justin is the one who speaks, taking Braden's hand. We're not planning on getting married. Braden, your mom and I haven't really talked in 10 years, so we're still figuring stuff out. If we do start dating, though, we will tell you. He nods. Okay. Can you decide sooner, though? I chuckle. Honey, these things take time. You'll understand when you're older. He rolls his eyes. Adults always say that. Most of the time, it isn't even true. Maybe, I reply. But life is complicated. Even I don't understand everything about it. I glance up at the clock. Okay, let's hurry up and finish our food. We have to get you to camp. Can I try some of your coffee? He asks, his pleading eyes going from me to Justin. Do you think it'll taste any better than it has every single time I've let you try it? I ask. He can try mine, Justin replies, handing over his mug. He takes his coffee tar black, no cream or sugar. I bite back a smile as Braden takes a sip, his face twisting in disgust as he forces himself to swallow. That's worse than Mom's, he chokes out. Black coffee, kid. You'll learn to appreciate it when you have to survive college. I break, laughing at the horrified look on Braden's face. The drive to the summer camp to daycare that his school runs is fairly peaceful. We listen to rock on the radio and sing along together. I could get used to a morning routine like this. When Braden hugs us both goodbye and goes bounding into the school, though, the reality of last night comes crashing down on me. Justin, what are we doing? I ask. We're still parked in the school parking lot. I might be late to work if I'm not careful, but Macy and Elena will forgive me. This is a conversation we need to have. What do you mean? He replies. The sound of the Beatles warbles on the radio. I shut it off. You know what I mean? We slept together last night. I don't know if it means the same thing for you as it does for me, but we can't just do that, not when... I cut myself off, taking a breath. Not when what? He asks gently. You're going to leave. It comes out as little more than a whisper, the elephant in the room finally acknowledged. Because Justin has been wonderful for staying. He's been a good dad these past few weeks, but it's always been on borrowed time. Eventually, he'll have to go back to Florida. He has his career, and we have our lives here. It won't be fair to any of us if we start something now, especially knowing that you'll have to go back to your life. I don't want to give Braden false hope. I take a slow breath, dreading the next words out of my mouth, but knowing I need to say them. And I don't think I can take the heartbreak of losing you again. You won't, he says, squeezing my knee. I'm not going anywhere. I blink. What, you can't do that? Hockey is your life. I would never ask you to give up your career for us, not when you're on the top of the world. Screw the career, Allie, he snaps. If you had asked me to give it up then, I would have. and I'll still gladly give it up for you now. I don't want you to, I snapped back. I lied to you because I wanted you to follow your dreams, and that hasn't changed. If I wanted you to give it up on my account, I would have told you years ago, but I knew you wouldn't be happy. His eyes widened as though he'd been struck. That's not true. I loved you, and I love Brayden. I sigh, taking his hand. I know, and I didn't mean to imply you didn't. But I also know that hockey is your main mistress. It brings you joy, and how could I be selfish enough to ask you to give it up? Then I won't do it for you, he says softly. I'm doing it for the amazing kid we have. You and Brayden are what really matter to me. He deserves to have his father in his life. I struggle to speak around the lump in my throat. It's not fair. He shouldn't have to give up on his dreams to be with us.
Chapter 22. Justin. It's not the same as it was when I had to leave the first time, I say. Allie looks up at me, her brows furrowed in confusion, so I reach over and give her knee a squeeze. Back then, I was a rookie. I had to take whatever I could get, but now I'm an MVP. That gives me a lot of negotiating power. If I asked just about any team if I could join them, they'd fall over themselves to get me. Her fingers anxiously tangle in her shirt. I want to take her hands and soothe the tension from them. Aren't you under contract? She asks. I have a couple months before it gets renewed. I'll call my agent as soon as possible and have him begin negotiations for a trade. But what about your team? Your life in Florida? This time I do take her hands in mine and I give them a squeeze. My life is here now. I love Brayden so much, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to be in his life. She's silent for a moment, but then nods. I'm sorry. I never wanted to upend your life like this, and it hasn't been fair to you. Hey, stop, I say, giving her hand another squeeze. I thought I told you that I'm not angry anymore. As far as I'm concerned, it's been put to bed. But... I shake my head. No buts. I was angry when I first found out. Yeah, but I'm not anymore. For Brayden's sake and my own, you're forgiven. I don't know how you could trust me again after everything, she replies. I shrug. First, I know what a good mother you are. Everything you did it for Brayden. I flash her a rueful smile. We might need to go to couples counseling, and Brayden might become a nightmare as a teenager. That's nothing a couple decades in therapy can't help. Her eyebrows shoot up. You're in favor of therapy? Mr. Freud was an idiot? Don't look so surprised, I retort. Believe it or not, I have some self-awareness. I pause. And Freud was an idiot. We both took the mandatory psych class. We know what he believed. She chuckles at that. Fair enough. The car falls silent. I half expect her to pull out and begin the drive to the salon, but she still sits in the seat, her fingers drumming on the steering wheel. Do you think... she begins, and then trails off. Do I think... I prompt. She swallows, her eyes glistening as though full of unshed tears. Do you think you could ever love me again? The way you did before all this? I take a slow breath in and out to calm my racing heart. Allie, what makes you think I ever stopped loving you? She blinks, staring back at me with wide eyes full of hope and confusion. What? I never stopped loving you. Not when I left for Florida. Not when I was surrounded by beautiful women as a part of my job. And not when I found out about Brayden. Loving you is like breathing to me, and leaving you was the hardest thing I ever had to do. I don't think I can stop loving you. Her brows furrow in confusion. Really? You never found anyone? You could have any woman on earth. But none of them would be you, I reply. I never had a serious relationship with anyone else. Nothing that lasted more than a few months. I kept comparing them to you every time. She gives me a weak, watery smile. I was the same way. When Brayden was old enough, I thought I'd try wading back into the dating pool, but none of the men I met could ever hold a candle to the way I felt about you. So eventually I gave up and decided that I prefer being single to trying to force something. Does this feel forced? I ask. No, of course not. She laughs weakly to herself. Even after all these years, being with you is like breathing. Something inside me loosens, like a knot that's been given enough slack to be untangled. I feel the same way. She sighs. As much as I love Brayden and my business, I sometimes wish I could turn back the clock to our college days. Maybe it's the nostalgia talking, but there was something magical about it. Suddenly, a thought occurs to me. Do you think you can be late for work today? I have something I need to show you. She purses her lips thoughtfully. I think so. I mean, I've missed a bit the past few weeks, and I'm already late, but hopefully Macy and Elena will be forgiving. She calls them and puts them on speakerphone. Hey, I'm with Justin, so anything you say will have a witness. That won't save you and you know it, Macy says. I'd yell at you in front of your own grandma if you deserved it. Hell, I'd get your grandma in on it. Elena interrupts her. Hey, Justin, how are you? Fine. I glance at Allie, letting her speak so that I don't speak for her. Justin has something he wants to show me, so I'm going to have to be a little late. Were there any clients that requested me? Not yet, Macy replies. Do you know when you'll be in? Allie glances over to me, and I shrug. I truly don't know how much time we'll take on this. Not sure. Just tell them that a family emergency came up, and if I'm not in later today, I'll be back by tomorrow. If I do make it, I can just take walk-in appointments. Is everything okay? Elena asks. Do you need one of us to pick up Brayden after camp? It's fine. Justin and I just need to talk some things through, she replies. No one is injured or dying, I promise. I'll try to get her back as soon as possible, I chime in. Where are you going? Macy asks. Yeah, how do we know you're not about to take her into the middle of the woods and kill her? Elena adds. Well, most killers wouldn't participate in the phone call letting you know she'll be late coming in, I retort. It's all a part of your clever plan. Elena pauses and then her tone changes. Seriously, though, I hope you both work things out. We'll be happy to cover for you until then. Allie smiles softly. I hope so too. Thank you both. We say our goodbyes and she hangs up the phone. Maybe I should drive, I say as she places her hand on the gear stick. When she gives me a skeptical look, I beam with my brightest smile. It's a surprise. I don't want to ruin that for you. Okay, she says after a moment. We get out of the car and swap places. Taking the driver's seat, I inhale and exhale a steadying breath. This will be fine. I pull out of the school parking lot and onto old familiar roads. What I'm about to show her feels oddly intimate, like I'm letting her see a side to me that no one else has ever seen before. I keep glancing in her direction. She sits in the passenger seat with her eyes trained forward, her face hard to read. Allie used to be like a book, one that I'd memorized right down to the finest print. Now, though, a decade out has decayed our synchronicity. It's like one of us is trying to figure skate and the other is trying to play hockey. We're both on such different pages. But there are some things we can agree upon. One, we both love Brayden with our whole hearts and want what's best for him. Two, the fire that burned between us was still there, waiting to be stoked to life again. Three, neither of us can stand the idea of being apart again. As I drive, I sneak glances at her, watching as confusion twists her face. We're in familiar territory, passing Rusty's bar and Dolores's diner. There's the rink where I used to practice with my team and the library where we went on study dates. The recognition of her eyes gives way to more confusion. Justin, where are we? She begins, but I shake my head. Like I said, it's a surprise. You'll know it when you see it. Finally, we're coming up on the old building. The nostalgia hits like a tsunami as I imagine myself in my sophomore year, my miniature U-Haul loaded with clothing, furniture, and kitchen essentials I barely knew how to use as I pull into the lot for the first time as a tenant in the building. Allie gasps and turns to me, her eyes wide with unshed tears. Justin, what are we doing here? I reach over and squeeze her knee. I told you I have something I really need to show you.
Chapter 23. Allie. All the breath leaves my lungs when I see the old apartment building. Why would he bring us here of all places? It's not that I don't enjoy a trip down memory lane, but I'm not sure what he wants me to see. All he said was that he has to show me something. That doesn't give me a lot to go on. He pulls into a visitor parking spot and gets out. After hesitating a bit, I join him. I try to read his face, but it's inscrutable. Still, I follow him through the familiar entrance and up the elevator to his old floor. A lump has formed in my throat, the nostalgia striking me like a tsunami. Justin, seriously, what are we doing? I ask when the doors open. He pulls out a key. Come on, it'll all make sense in a minute. Okay, I reply as he leads me to the door to the old apartment. I laugh. We're not about to break into some random college student's apartment, are we? Nope. He inserts the key into the lock and turns it. The door creaks open, and suddenly, I'm transported 10 years into the past. All his old posters are still hanging on the walls, hockey and movies and obscure local bands, and photographs too. The two of us hiking the mountains of Colorado and having dinner together and partying with all our friends. A hockey jersey emblazoned with his college team number is still hanging carelessly over the back of a chair. It's as though time hasn't passed at all. I'm half expecting for there to be dirty dishes in the sink and piles of dirty laundry strewn in the bedroom. There isn't even dust on the tabletops or between the knickknacks. I glance over to him, confused, as he flips on the light and shuts the door behind him. This is your apartment, I say, because I can't put words to the millions of competing emotions within me: confusion, nostalgia, joy, and sadness. He nods, looking a little sheepish. Do you remember what you said when we broke up that night? I nod. I said that we might find our way back to each other again. Moving further into the room, he traces a hand along the wall, as though trying to also remind himself that it's real. You left the door cracked open, and I think I always held on to that hope, at least just a little bit. So you kept the apartment? I ask, staring at a picture of us taken after one of the games. He has me in a dip, kissing me in a way that's reminiscent of that VJ Day picture of the sailor kissing the nurse. Keeping it meant keeping a connection to you, he says. Even after you ghosted me, and no more apologizing for that, it's forgiven, I still couldn't bring myself to get rid of this place. So I kept up paying the rent and hired a maid to come in once a month to clean. He glances over at me and flashes a soft smile. Justin is many things. He's brash, protective, and strong, practically larger than life. But in all my time knowing him, I've never seen this vulnerable look in his eyes. He glances away, turning his back to me to study the Pulp Fiction poster on the wall. The first time I visited his apartment for a study date, I teased him for being a college boy cliché. So he made me sit down for a Quentin Tarantino movie marathon. I know it's pretty weird, but until we reconnected, our college days were always the best in my life. Better than being a pro? I ask. He sighs. You know, you can have it all. The money, the career, the fame. But it starts to feel empty when you have no one to share it with. He turns back to me. I don't think I realized how empty my life was until you and Braden entered it. Crossing the room, he takes a seat on the couch. I join him, resting my head on his shoulder. I thought I was happy with my life before I saw you again, I say. And I was. But it felt like something was incomplete. Having you here is like finding a piece to the puzzle that I didn't even know I was missing. Memories of our love story flash before my eyes. I see us on study dates and cooking dinner together and celebrating birthdays and finals weeks. I used to spend so much time here that Macy and Elena would joke that I should just move in with him. The first real love always cuts the deepest, leaving an indelible imprint on your soul. And this is the place where we fell in love, where we shared laughter and tears, where we made the greatest joy of our lives, Braden. Tears fill my eyes and slowly roll down my cheeks as I take in the space. Justin sees them and wipes them away. Is something wrong? I shake my head. No, nothing's wrong. Nothing at all. Sniffling, I take his hand. I'm just overwhelmed, I think. Being here is a lot, and the nostalgia is hitting hard, but I'm glad you showed me this. It's the most romantic thing I've ever seen. He chuckles. Really? An apartment with posters of Wayne Gretzky is romantic? I'm glad your standards have gotten so low. It makes things easier on me. Through my tears, I laugh and roll my eyes, affectionately smacking his arm. Stop, you meathead. Make me, nerd, he retorts, and feeling bold, I kiss him. It's a slow, methodical one, and I make sure to tease with a bit of tongue. Pulling away, I raise my eyebrows. How's that? His eyes are bright with mischief. I don't know. You might have to try again. I don't think so, I say, getting up and crossing the room with an extra swagger in my hips. Sometimes you just have to be a bit of a tease. I want to finish this trip down memory lane first. What else do you want to remember? He asks. I shrug. I'm not sure, but I am curious. Why didn't you just stay here instead of going to a hotel? He laughs. Because a 5-star hotel is much nicer than a college student's dusty old apartment. Well, it's hard to argue with that logic. Fair enough. I pick up a framed photograph of the two of us at Christmas. He's making a face at the hilariously ugly sweater I bought him for a party. It features gingerbread men and says, "Let's get baked." Did you really keep everything from those days? I ask, holding up the picture for him to see. Wait, actually, I think I did. He gets up and rushes to the back bedroom. By the time I catch up, he's holding out the infamous sweater. I laugh. I thought you hated that thing. I do, he says. But it was still a gift from you and it made me laugh, so I decided it was worth keeping, just as long as it was as far away from my regular clothes as possible. He tosses it back into the bedroom. Seeing the bed fills me with lascivious thoughts that I'm not ready to deal with. After all, I should probably come into work at some point today. I need a distraction, preferably one that's semi-public. Do you still have access to the roof? I ask. The roof was where we went when we needed space and perspective. Often we would find the other there after a fight, and that was where we would make up. I never thought I'd go up there again, so the idea of visiting now is too powerful for me to shake off. He smiles. I don't see why not. Taking my hand, he leads me out of the apartment and up the stairs. The day's heat is just beginning, so it's still nice out here. Not too hot or too cold. At night, the light pollution drowns out all but the brightest stars. Sometimes you could pretend that the city lights were the stars instead, now kissing the earth. I didn't often come out during the day, but it's just as nice. From up here, you have a wonderful view of the city around us and the edges of the campus green. I miss this place, I say quietly, the bittersweet memories biting into me. This is where we had countless makeups after fights, and this is where we had to say goodbye at that final party, the night we made Braden. I stare over the edge of the wall at the people below before joining Justin sitting against the door. Plopping beside him, we intertwine our fingers, and I lean my head on his shoulder. Is it weird being back up here? I ask. I mean, the last time was when... Yeah? He shakes his head. I guess. But it also doesn't. It feels more like a new beginning, I think. Picking up my head, I smile. A new beginning. I like that. Pushing myself up, I straddle him and take his cheeks in my hands. To new beginnings. The kiss is long and slow, different from the desperate heat of the night before. Our mouths join and our tongues mingle. He tastes of coffee and pancakes, and I'm sure that I taste the same. His hands migrate to my hips as he kisses along my neck, sending shivers of pleasure through me. I gasp, and our lips join again. Eventually, we pull apart. Justin looks at me with an expression that makes me breathless. He stands up and takes my hand. Follow me.
Chapter 24. Justin. As we descend the stairs from the roof, where the cool morning breeze had wrapped us in a private bubble of intimacy, I can't help but glance over at Allie. Her eyes shine with a mixture of nostalgia and newfound hope, and I know, deep down, that I'm making the right choice. Every step feels like a bridge to our future. Our laughter, our tears, and every unspoken word had built this moment. I tighten my grip on her hand, a silent promise that this time, it's forever. The worn carpet muffles our footsteps as we make our way down, its familiar texture sanding away my anxieties. Each stair takes us closer to the heart of what we've shared, yet so much closer to what we're about to rebuild. We reach the landing, and I scoop Allie into my arms. She gives a small, surprised gasp, but quickly beams, her arms wrapping around my neck. The way she looks at me right now, like I'm her world, ignites a fierce protectiveness in me. If I lost sight of that before, I won't again. Pushing the door to my old bedroom open with my foot, I step inside and kick it closed behind us. The room is untouched by time, a shrine to our younger selves. The bedroom greets us with an almost tactile warmth, as if it's acknowledging our return. I gently set Allie down, and she stands before me with a curious blend of vulnerability and anticipation. The golden lamplight casts a soothing glow, softening the edges of everything around us. This room, frozen in time, had seen so much of us. Our love, our fights, our dreams. Allie, I begin, my voice barely above a whisper. I reach out, my fingers lightly tracing the contour of her cheek. There's so much I've missed about you. She looks up at me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and I feel a lump form in my throat. Your laughter, the way you crinkle your nose when you're concentrating, how you'd curl up next to me and fall asleep listening to my heartbeat. I missed all of it. I missed you, Allie. I lean in and kiss her forehead, savoring the softness of her skin. My hands move to the hem of her shirt. I don't want to spend another second away from you or Brayden. I murmur against her hair as I lift her shirt over her head, exposing the smooth expanse of her back and the gentle curve of her shoulders. She shivers slightly, not from the cold but from the intensity of our shared moment. Our eyes lock, and I see the same longing mirrored in her gaze, the yearning for what we once had, and the excitement for what we can become. I missed the way you talk about your day, I continue, my voice hoarse with emotion. How you get so animated and your eyes would light up. I missed holding you close and feeling like everything in the world was right because you were with me. I brush a strand of hair behind her ear, my fingers trembling slightly. I lean in to kiss her neck, tracing a path of warmth down to her collarbone. I missed how you smell, that scent that's just you. It lingers on my clothes even now and drives me crazy with memories. Allie's hands are on me now, mirroring my movements, shedding my shirt. I let my hands travel down her sides, unbuttoning her jeans and sliding them down her legs. She steps out of them, her breath quickening as I follow suit, discarding my own clothes. We stand there for a moment, just taking in the presence of each other, almost as if we need the time to absorb the reality of it all. My hands skim across her skin, drawing invisible patterns, reacquainting themselves with every inch I had missed for so long. All those quiet mornings, I say, when I'd wake up and reach out for you, only to find your side of the bed cold. It felt like a part of me was always missing, And now that you're here, it feels like I'm whole again. I gently guide her towards the bed, our old bed, still covered in the same faded quilt that had witnessed countless nights of laughter and whispered dreams. We sit down together, and I lean in to kiss her, slow and deep, savoring the connection that had been absent for too long. I miss those late-night talks, I confess between kisses, where we'd plan our future. We had so many dreams, Allie. All the things we wanted to do, the places we wanted to see. I can't bear to imagine doing any of it without you. I push her gently back onto the bed, my body covering hers as our movements become more deliberate, more urgent. No more time apart, I whisper, my lips grazing her ear. No more missed moments. I want every day with you, from sunrise to sunset and everything in between. Allie's hands find their way to my back, her fingers digging in slightly, grounding us both in the moment. I missed you too, Justin, she breathes out, her voice thick with emotion. I missed everything about you, how you make me feel safe, how you've always known exactly what I need even before I do. I never stopped loving you, and I don't ever want to be apart again. With her confession, I lean down to capture her lips in a kiss that speaks of all the wordless promises we've made. The kiss deepens, her hands roving over my back, pulling me closer. I feel the warmth of her body meld with mine, each touch igniting a fire that had never truly gone out.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
For a moment, there is nothing but silence and the sound of our hearts beating in unison. I hold her close, our bodies still pressed together, savoring the warmth and the closeness. It's not just the physical release that's left me feeling complete. It's the emotional healing, the soul-deep connection that we've just reaffirmed. As we lay there tangled in each other, I feel a profound sense of peace wash over me. The shadows of our past are just that. Shadows. They can no longer haunt us or dictate our choices. We've carved out this moment, and it stretches out infinitely, brimming with promise. Allie, I say softly, almost hesitant to break the blissful silence. What's on your mind, baby? She looks up at me, a soft smile playing on her lips. I'm thinking about all the mornings we'll wake up together, all the breakfasts we'll share, and all the memories we will share with Brayden. I'm thinking about our future, Justin, and for the first time in a long time, it feels bright. Yeah, me too, I say, pulling her even closer if that's possible. It's going to be amazing, Allie. We'll face whatever comes our way because we'll be doing it together.
Chapter 25. Allie. The day after we visit the apartment, Justin flies to Florida to deal with the PR crisis. I'll be back in a couple days, he said, as the Uber waited to drive him to the airport. Just long enough to make my announcement and tie up some loose ends. Then we can go and do something fun. Brayden threw his arms around him. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too. And then he was gone. Now, Macy, Elena, and I gather in our office at the salon, waiting to watch the press conference Justin told me was going to happen. On the screen, Justin sits at a table covered in microphones, his coach and agent standing behind him. The sound of cameras snapping fills the air as he smiles. Hello, everyone, and thank you for coming. There have been rumors going around that I have a secret son, one that I've abandoned until recently. This is not true. His gaze directly meets the camera lens. I do have a son, but I didn't abandon him. For reasons too personal to discuss right now, I was unaware of his existence until recently. Currently, I'm connecting with him. Suddenly, his eyes become fierce and tone commanding. You can think whatever you want about this situation, but harassment against my son or his mother will not be tolerated. At this time, I'm going to ask for privacy as I focus on my family and personal life. The crowd peppers him with questions, but his agent leans forward. Thank you. That will be all. Justin gets up, flanked by the coach and the agent. While some yell questions after him, he does not respond. Letting out a slow, shaky breath, I shut off the TV and glance over at Macy and Elena. That seems to have gone well. Macy opens her mouth looking nervous. I didn't want to worry you, but according to our receptionists, we've been getting calls asking about you. It's reporters mostly, plus some stalker fans. They want to know if you really are the mother of Justin's child. We've instructed the receptionists not to say anything. Is there anything else you need us to do? Elena asks, giving my shoulder a squeeze. I shake my head. You both have done more than enough. Thank you for covering for me these past couple weeks while I deal with this. Elena throws an arm around my shoulder. We've got your back, Allie, no matter what. I'll even make Macy help you bury a body if we have to. Yeah, yours if you're not careful, Macy retorts, her eyes sparkling with amusement. But what Elena said. We'll stand by you no matter what happens. I throw my arms around both of them, pulling them into a group hug. I don't know what I'd do without you two. Considering what we did in college, I'd say that you probably would have died of alcohol poisoning without us, Macy replies, giving me a squeeze as she playfully pats my back. I snort. I think you're thinking of Elena. Hey, Elena protests, though she doesn't seem particularly hurt. She steps back, shooting us a glare. Which one did I have to drive to a hospital? Because she thought it would be a good idea to jump into the Kappa Theta pool from the roof of their building. Says the woman who gave herself a concussion while dancing on a table. I retort with a laugh. God, how did we survive? Luck mostly, Macy replies, stepping out of the embrace. I hate to cut this short, but we do have a job to do. When I get home a few hours later, I start making arrangements for Friday. Justin is supposed to get here at midday, so I'm taking a half day. And when we pick Braden up from summer camp, we're going to drive to Elitch Gardens theme park and spend the night in the area before spending the full day there. It's a surprise for Braden, so Justin and I have been making arrangements in secret after he goes to bed. We want to celebrate the fact that we found each other and are ready to start a future together. The anticipation that Thursday brings is electric. Though my clients are all satisfied with their haircuts, I find my concentration split between them and the wait for Justin to return home. I can't believe I went 10 years without seeing him. Now, the idea of being apart for less than 10 days almost feels unbearable. I missed you, he says, before pulling me in for a quick kiss. I giggle. It's only been a couple days. Even though I feel the same way, I can't resist giving him grief for it. And I still missed you. He kisses me again before setting me down. Is everything ready to go? Standing on my tiptoes, I peck his cheek. Just about. I still need to lock up the place. What about you? Have you got everything? He heads to his rental car, pulls out a small suitcase, and shoves it into my car with the rest of the bags. Right here and ready to go. Then let's get a move on. After I make sure that the stove and oven are off and nothing is in danger of flooding or starting fires, I lock up the house. Then, we're off to pick up Braden. Justin and I stand outside the car as we wait in the parking lot, for the summer camp to let out. When Braden spots us, his eyes light up and he races across the lot to us. "Dad," he exclaims, jumping into Justin's arms. I laugh. "What am I, chopped liver?" "Sorry, Mom," Braden says, and then gives me a bone-crushing hug. We all pile into the car and get to driving. After a few minutes, Braden makes a confused noise. We just passed the turn for the neighborhood. Justin flashes him a grin through the rearview mirror. "We're not going home." "What? Why not?" I laugh and reach around to give his knee a squeeze. "We're going to spend the weekend at Elitch Gardens." Braden's eyes widen. "No way." "Way," Justin says with a chuckle. Braden squeals with delight. "I'm finally tall enough to ride the LXR-8R. It's the world's highest freefall swing, and I heard that you swing over the entire park. Can we do it, please?" I exchange glances with Justin. You can do it with him. Heights don't normally bother me, but that one gives me the heebie-jeebies. His eyes meet Braden's through the rearview mirror again. "You heard that? It'll be just you and me on it." Braden cheers. "And I want to do the half pipe too. It's the only ride like it in America." Justin raises his eyebrows. "The kid knows a lot about the coasters there." I shrug. "We went with Macy and Elena a couple years ago. They did the XLR-8R, and Braden was jealous because he was too small. He's been obsessed ever since. Well, then I can't wait to help fulfill his wildest dreams." He winks through the rearview mirror. "We can do all the extreme coasters together." Braden cheers. "Did you know that people have been decapitated on roller coasters?" he asks. I suppress a sigh. I love my son, but I hope this morbid phase ends soon. You can only smile and nod at so many stomach-churning fun facts. "Theme parks are pretty safe," Justin says. "Most of the time, those accidents happen when someone breaks a rule and does something stupid, like jump a fence into a ride area to grab a hat or something." Braden nods. "It's a bad idea to break rules around super-fast machines." "Exactly. So we always listen to the park's directions, even if it means we won't be able to go on the ride we want." We spend the rest of the car ride talking about theme parks and what rides we want to do. Justin likes the adrenaline, so he makes it his quest to go on all the extreme rides first. It's not exactly my speed. I tap out at the mid-level coasters, but I'm glad he and Braden can bond over this. It's nightfall by the time we get to the hotel near the park. Justin parks the car, and while I check us in, he grabs the bags. I half listen as father and son chatter excitedly about our plans for the next day. At Justin's request, we spared no expense, getting ourselves a suite and VIP passes to skip the lines at the park. After we get settled into our room, we venture out for dinner, having a nice meal at a local restaurant. Then, it's back for pajamas and bedtime. We want to get to the park first thing in the morning so that we can spend the whole day there. Justin gets into bed beside me. Braden is already asleep in another bed, and I'm just lying there, waiting to drift off. Taking my hand, he intertwines our fingers. I thought I was happy with my life before Justin found his way back into it. But that is nothing compared to what I'm feeling now. I cannot wait to spend tomorrow with the two most important men in my life. And then hopefully, I'll be spending the rest of my days with them too.
Chapter 26. Justin. The crowd bustles through the entrance to Elitch Gardens. Beside me, Braden is practically vibrating with energy. "Can we do the XLR-8R first, please?" His green eyes are huge and pleading. I have no idea how Allie has been able to parent him for 10 years. One look from those eyes and my resolve crumbles. Allie smirks. "Fine by me. I'll hang out below to take pictures." Come on, he exclaims, grabbing my hand and dragging me to the line. I glance back at Allie. She shrugs, amused as we get ahead of her. The line is long, but it moves fast. Soon, the pair of us are stepping into the harness and having it clicked into place. The ride operators give each other a thumbs up. "Ready?" one acne-ridden teenager asks. Braden grins, revealing a missing canine tooth. Apparently, he'd lost it while I was gone. "Hell yeah." "Language," I admonish. "Sorry." But not even the temporary embarrassment is enough to dull that smile as we're slowly pulled up to the top of the swing. The XLR 80R is sort of like a combination of bungee jumping and a swing set. It slowly takes us 150 feet into the air. For a moment, we just hang there, dangling from our harnesses. And then we're in free fall, hurtling towards the ground at speeds that would end in us, turning the pavement a lovely shade of red. We nearly skim the ground before arching upwards, back and forth. I straighten my body and put my fists out in front of me. "Braden, I'm Superman!" "Me too," he shouts back, copying my pose as we sail through the sky. In what somehow feels both like an eternity and no time at all, we're lowered back to the ground. The ride is over, but the adrenaline courses through my veins. "Dad, that was awesome," Braden exclaims, hugging me once we're free of the harnesses. "Did Mom see?" "Let's ask her," I reply, guiding him to the exit. Allie is waiting with her phone camera in hand. Braden races up to her. "Mom, did you see it? We were flying!" She ruffles his hair. "See it? I got it on video." Taking a seat on a nearby park bench, she hands him her phone so that he could watch himself sail through the air with me at his side. "Where should we go next?" I ask. "The half pipe. It's right over there." He points to a yellow metal structure just beyond the XLR 8R. "I'm down," Allie says. "Then let's go before the line gets too long." We hit all the big thrill rides before lunch, our bodies surging with adrenaline and in desperate need of a cool down. Our salvation comes in the form of slushies combined with chicken tenders and fries. Overpriced, of course. It's not a theme park if the food isn't ridiculously expensive. Allie used to call them hostage prices because it's not like you can easily leave to grab food and then come back. But I don't care. Because when Braden grins at me over a pile of cotton candy, it feels like I found the missing piece of my soul. When I first took Allie to my old apartment, I told her that all my money and fame meant little to me. It's nice to have, of course, but it's a hollow comfort. Money can't give you bear hugs or tell you morbid fun facts as though it's the most interesting information in the world. Fame cannot give you that playful look that tells you that you're about to be verbally roasted like a Thanksgiving turkey, or hold you close on the worst day of your life. Until recently, I didn't know I had a family, but now I can't imagine my life without them. I need to be with Allie and Braden, no matter the cost. Even if it means giving up my career. These two are the ones that really matter. All else is secondary to my need to have them in my life. "What's on your mind?" Allie asks, gently nudging me with her elbow. I press a kiss to her temple. "Just thinking about how lucky I am." She rolls her eyes, but I see the way her cheeks darken. "I think we're the lucky ones, right, Braden?" "Right." He grins up at me, his teeth stained blue by the cotton candy. I kiss her again. Agree to disagree. It's Braden's turn to roll his eyes. "Get a room." The words and their dry delivery send us both sputtering. "Braden!" Allie exclaims. "Who taught you that?" I ask, unable to suppress my laughter. He shrugs. "Toby." I glance at Allie, who buries her face in her hands. "I'm going to kill that potty-mouthed kid," she says. "I take it this isn't the first time he's learned something inappropriate from this Toby?" I ask, taking a sip of my water. "Oh, you have no idea." For a beat, we quiet down. Then Allie and I make eye contact, and we're both cracking up again. After lunch, we head to the water park section. While we change into our bathing suits, Braden takes great delight in telling me all about brain-eating amoebas that people have contracted in parks. Allie steps out of the ladies' changing area. She's wearing a yellow polka dot bikini that accentuates her curves. The colors contrast beautifully with her dark skin tone, and seeing her takes the breath from my lungs. She smiles when she notices me staring and shimmies her hips, raising her eyebrows in a silent question. Like what you see. I absolutely like what I see, just as I like the way her eyes rake down my abs as though she's starving and I'm a 5-course meal. I'm sure I look the same way staring at her. "Let's do the mega wedgies," Brayden exclaims, blissfully oblivious to our hungry stares. Allie grins and jerks her head. "You coming?" "After you," I reply, looking forward to the view as she walks in front of me. The water slides and wave pools are no match for the summer's heat, and we find relief and fun in the cool water. We make sure to go on each slide and ride at least once. It gives us a massive appetite, so we have pizza for dinner. As we eat, Brayden's eyes start drooping closed. It's been a very long day, and we've been super busy. I'm not at all surprised that he's tired enough to face plant into his dinner, but he rallies long enough for us to finish up our day at the park. The last stop is the souvenir shop. We all get t-shirts to commemorate the day and then head back to the hotel. We have Brayden shower, brush his teeth, and put on his pajamas first. He falls asleep as soon as he lies down in bed. "Justin," Allie says softly. Her face is more serious than usual. "We need to talk." "What's up?" I ask. She takes my hand and guides me to sit beside her on the bed. Intertwining our fingers, she gives it a squeeze. "Brayden and I have been thinking about what comes next. I know you're trying to get traded to the Ice Wolves, but we need to make plans in case that falls through." "Okay," I say, letting her continue in her own time. "I don't want to be apart from you. Not ever again. And Brayden doesn't want it either. So, we've decided that if you can't change teams, we'll go with you. We can't let you give up your dreams, not even for us." "What about Macy and Elena?" I ask. "It's your salon. You worked so hard to make it what it is. And Brayden has his friends here. You both have your lives here." "I talked it over with them too. I'm proud of our salon, but Macy and Elena are just as good at running the place as I am. Hell, they might be better than me now considering how crazy these past few weeks have been. It will survive without me." She brings our entwined hands up to her lips and kisses my knuckles. "You're willing to make a sacrifice and upend your life for us. I just want you to know that I'm all in. I will gladly make the same sacrifices for you. Wherever you go, Brayden and I will follow." My breath catches in my throat. I've forgiven Allie for keeping Brayden from me, but her telling me this heals a wound that I didn't even realize I had. It feels like my heart might burst from my chest. "I love you," I say, and use my free hand to cradle her face. "I love you so much." "I love you too, Justin. More than anything." Nearby, Brayden stirs and mumbles in his sleep. Allie chuckles. "Well, almost anything. You and Brayden both are the most important people in my life. And no matter what, we're going to stick together from now on," I say and then kiss her. It's soft and slow, more of a promise to be faithful than filling an urgent need. We will have plenty of time for intimacy when our son isn't so close to us. Still, she kisses me back, equally slow and sensual. There's no urgent heat like our previous make-out sessions. When we both come up for air, I press a kiss to her forehead before getting up to get ready for bed. We're both too tired to do much after brushing our teeth and changing into our pajamas. When we get into bed, she curls up under my arm. I pull her close, and she falls asleep with her head on my chest. There's no place in the world I'd rather be.
Chapter 27, Allie, 6 months later. "I think our seats are over here," I say, leading Brayden, Macy, and Elena to the VIP section of the hockey rink. We're all wearing our Ice Wolves shirts, emblazoned with Justin's number. "VIP? No way," Elena says. "This is awesome. I am so going to exploit our friendship for this." I laugh. Justin insisted, especially for our first game, and I'm sure he'll be happy to get you tickets to any game you want. My arms are laden with popcorn and drinks for both me and Brayden, while Macy carries her and Elena's snacks. It's not a hockey game without warm, greasy food. Don't say that. She'll be coming every week, Macy replies, deadpan. And I'll be tagging along, of course. I grin as we take our front row seats. We wouldn't have it any other way. The mascot pokes his head inside and waves. I set down our food. Brayden, do you want a picture with him? Yeah. I'll take it, Elena says. Let me, someone nearby offers, holding out his hand. That way you can all be in the picture together. I smile. Thank you. That's very kind. We gather around the mascot. He places an arm around me and one around Brayden, holding us close. The stranger takes a couple pictures. A couple more, the badger says. His voice is familiar. The camera flashes as he lifts the mask from his head, revealing Justin grinning down at us. Dad, Brayden exclaims, throwing his arms around Justin. Hey, bud. He hugs him back while also leaning over to kiss my lips. Shouldn't you be getting ready? I ask, fighting a smile. What's with the disguise? Well, I didn't want to get swarmed by fans, but I couldn't get started without saying hi to my favorite people in the world. He makes eye contact with Macy. And Macy and Elena too, of course. I'm mostly here for the corn dogs, she replies dryly, but cheerfully accepts his hug. And I've already told Allie that I'll be taking advantage of our friendship to get VIP seats. I'm never going back to sit among the commoners. Elena replies, hugging him too. Justin pats her back. You're not taking advantage if we're offering. He glances up at the clock. I should be going, though. I need to get ready. Standing on my tiptoes, I kiss him again. For luck. Who needs that when I have skill? He replies. Justin is many things. Humble is not one of them, but I still love him for it. We take our seats while he heads out. Brayden chatters excitedly with Macy about the symptoms of hypothermia and how Justin promised him that he would be able to ride in a Zamboni someday. I can't believe it's been 6 months since Justin returned to my life and learned about Brayden. Sometimes it feels like longer. So much has changed, and all of it for the better. As he promised, he and his agent worked hard to negotiate his switch from the Mustangs to the Ice Wolves. The latter team was more than happy to take the MVP, so we didn't have to move to Florida. I would have gladly done it, but I'm relieved that Brayden and I get to keep our lives here. Justin bought a mansion nearby, and we're in the process of moving in with him. It's a slightly longer drive to the salon, but the schools in the area are so much better, and the neighborhood is wonderful. Brayden is thriving at his new school and still maintains his friends with the old one, getting the best of both worlds, along with a world-class education. We're also in the process of franchising the 3 Musketeers Salon and Spa. The business is thriving, and the 3 of us couldn't be happier with all that we've accomplished. Justin, too, is incredibly proud of us and makes a point to recommend our services to his teammates' partners. Today is the first game of the season, and Justin has the chance to prove himself to the world. I'm so proud of him, and I'm hoping we'll get to see him make it all the way to the Stanley Cup again. The announcer commands our attention, requesting that we stand for the national anthem. A young woman comes up and sings it, signaling the start of the game. The 4 of us cheer as the Ice Wolves skate onto the rink. Justin throws a glance in our direction and winks just as the bell rings and the game begins. It's riveting to watch. The Ice Wolves play more on the offensive, taking the other team by surprise, but not for long. One team scores and then the other, back and forth on an even playing field. It's 30 seconds to halftime when Justin gets control of the puck. He sails through the opposite team's defenses and gets the puck into the goal just as the halftime bell rings. Woo! I cheer, jumping out of my seat and pumping my fists. Go, Justin! Go, Dad! Brayden shouts, hopping beside me with excitement. Not even Macy or Elena are immune. They may pretend to be indifferent to Justin, but he's still their friend as much as he is my boyfriend. They're incredibly proud of him. The only reason they don't show it is because they want to keep him humble so that he stays worthy of me, as Macy had put it once. Sitting back down, I take a sip of my Coke to soothe my throat. It's sore and foggy from all the cheering. This is way more exciting than Justin's old college games, Macy says. I raise my eyebrows. She used to attend the games just as a favor to Elena and me. Put her in front of a TV during Fashion Week or Project Runway, and she'll be yelling at the screen like the contestants and models could hear her. Sports, though, have never been her thing. What do you mean? Elena asks. She shrugs. Well, Justin's games were usually blowouts. Those can be fun at first, but they get boring after a while. Sometimes I was rooting for the other team just because I felt bad about how much they were losing. I chuckle. Macy, was that a compliment? I'm not incapable of complimenting him or giving him credit where it's due. I just prefer our playfully insulting rapport. His ego would be the size of the moon without it. Underneath all that prickliness, you're a huge softy, Elena says, nudging Macy with her elbow. Don't push it. She turns to me. But seriously, I'm glad you found your way back to each other and it all worked out. You both make each other very happy. I sigh, a dreamy smile curling on my lips. You have no idea. Now you've done it, Braden says, rolling his eyes. Mom's getting mushy. Stop. I give him a playful noogie as a warning. If this is him as a preteen, I shudder to think what kind of holy terror of a smartass he will become as a teenager. Between Elena, Macy, and his friend Toby, he has way too many bad influences. Soon, halftime is over, and the game resumes. It's just as close, and we spend the entire game sitting on the edge of our seats, wondering if the tie will send them into overtime. It's 30 seconds on the clock when Justin has control of the puck again. He's racing across the ice like a madman, breaking free from the group. 20 seconds and he's getting into position, knocking aside a player on the opposing team. 10 seconds. He hits the puck. 5, 4, 3, 2. The goalie tries to block but misses. The puck sails past him and into the net. 1. The crowd goes wild as the Ice Wolves take home the victory. We're all on our feet, cheering and chanting Justin's name. He circles around the rink, soaking in the applause before skating up to us. The crowd melts as Braden throws his arms around his dad. Then Justin leans in and kisses me. My lucky charms, he says when he comes up for air. After the game, we head out to dinner with the rest of the hockey team. It's a nice bar, and we're all ravenous. While we all chat and mingle, Braden, armed with a Sharpie, goes on a quest to get his poster signed by every player on Justin's team. So, what's your name? One of Justin's teammates, Smitty, says, sidling up to Macy at the bar. Are you a friend of Allie's? Nudging Justin to get his attention, I jerk my head over in their direction. Smitty is kind of a known creep on the team, and he's picked the wrong woman to flirt with. This should be good, I mutter. Friend and business partner. She looks him up and down coldly. Can I help you? Undeterred, he gets even further into her personal space. That depends. Are you interested in a night you won't forget? Not particularly. He wiggles his eyebrows. I'm sure I could change your mind, given half the chance. Should we help her? Justin asks. I shake my head. Macy can handle herself. Most of the time, she's the scariest out of the three of us. And when she isn't, Elena approaches. Though she's smiling, there's murder in her eyes. She stumbles and accidentally on purpose spills her drink onto his crotch, making it look like he pissed himself. Oops. How clumsy of me, she says. You did that on purpose, he shouts, jumping to his feet. His fists are balled in rage, and a part of me worries that he might actually hit her. Elena, though, looks at him with wide doe's eyes. I don't know what you mean, It was clearly an accident. "You may want to clean yourself up there, champ," Macy adds, taking a casual sip of her drink. "We wouldn't want the tabloids to start calling you something like Pissy Pants Smitty. That would be pretty embarrassing." Red-faced, he turns and stalks off to the bathroom. Justin and I make eye contact and burst out laughing, clinging to each other for support. Alerted by the sound, Elena turns her head in my direction and winks. I don't think I've ever been happier than I am right now.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 28. Justin. Braden, can we talk about something? I ask as I drive him home from school one Friday afternoon. The season has been going for a couple of weeks now, and aside from that nail-biting first game, our team has been doing great in sweeping victory after victory. I think now is the time to enact the plan that I've been building in my head for the past few weeks. Sure, what? He asks, not looking up from his Nintendo DS. It was one of those class celebration days where he was allowed to bring in video games for a party. This is something serious, and it involves you, so I need you to listen, okay? He picks up his head as he closes his game. What's wrong? I shake my head. Nothing bad. But it has to stay between us for now. On impulse, I pull into an ice cream parlor. I think this might merit some ice cream. I'm thinking about proposing to your mom. His eyes light up. Really? When? Did you buy a ring already? I chuckle. Well, that answers my first question. I wanted to make sure you were okay with it before I did anything. Why wouldn't I be? He asks, looking baffled. Parking the car, I turn around to meet his gaze. I thought you'd be happy with it. But because this affects you as much as it does me and your mom, I needed to check that I had your approval. Like a proper preteen, he rolls his eyes. Dad, you're one of the best adults I know, and you make Mom happy. I want us to be a family. Then he blinks, taking note of his surroundings. Is there a reason we parked at Eddie's Ice Cream? Or... I grin. Well, we have to celebrate, don't we? I'm going to ask your mom to marry me, and I thought I could explain the proposal plan over Sundays. His entire face lights up. You're the best! I grin and hold out my pinky. This all stays between us. You cannot tell a soul until I pop the question. Do you swear it? He curls his finger around mine. I swear it. Good, 'cause you have the most important job. I explain his role in the plan as we walk inside the parlor in order. I get a chocolate and vanilla sundae with peanut butter while he gets chocolate and caramel. Here's the ring, I say, pulling it from the pocket of my jacket and showing it to him. It glimmers in the parlor's fluorescent lights, and Braden stares in awe. The ring is a simple and delicate band with 3 diamonds in the center. It's elegant, but not flashy. Exactly Allie's tastes. Braden grins up at me. Mom is gonna love it. Before we head out to the game, I give him the ring to keep in his coat pocket. Allie and Braden are meeting with Macy and Elena at the rink. Her best friends know what's coming, of course, so they'll be taking Braden home while Allie and I get to enjoy some time alone together. My nerves have little to do with the game as I gear up in the locker rooms. When I make eye contact with Coach, he grins. "You'd better win this, otherwise it'll be just embarrassing to propose right after." When I told him my plans to propose to her in front of everyone after the game, he teased me for being ridiculously romantic before letting the announcers know my plans. I may be the new guy, but he's gone out of his way to make me feel like a welcome member of the team. I roll my eyes. "Gee, no pressure." He pats my shoulder, his grin reminding me of a shark. "I'm just telling you how it is. Who knows if she'll say yes to a loser?" Then he sobers. "Seriously, though, I'm happy for you. I've never seen a couple so in love. Coach, I'm surprised. You're really a romantic underneath that gruff exterior." "Don't push your luck, kid," he retorts before attending to some other business. Closing my eyes, I take a breath and center myself. It's a pregame ritual I always do. I mentally shed everything weighing on the back of my mind. The world reduces to me, my teammates, the opposition, and the game. As the last notes of the national anthem play, we file out onto the rink and assume formation. And then the game begins. I can't bring myself to look at Allie. If I do, I'll lose focus, and if I lose focus, I'll lose the game. It's the reason why the first game of the season was so close. I couldn't resist stealing glances at Allie and Braden, watching their reactions as I played. She's always been my greatest weakness. Now, though, I've learned my lesson. I can show off later. The game is the most important thing right now. The puck nearly blows past me, but I stop it and gain control, breaking free from the crowd of players and lining up my shot. I take it just as a member of the opposing team body slams me, knocking me over. It's a hard knock, even by my standards. Still, the puck goes into the goal and the crowd goes wild. "You okay?" my team captain asks as he helps me to my feet. I'm slightly dazed, but I don't feel concussed or bruised. My protective gear took the brunt of the blow. "I'm fine." As we line up, I steal a glance at Allie. Her brows are furrowed with worry, so I give her a surreptitious thumbs up. She visibly relaxes when she spots it. We score twice more before halftime, but the game is still uncomfortably close. We'll have to play our hearts out to keep our lead. I gulp down some sports drink and watch Allie and Braden while I take a breather. I can't hear what they're saying, but I see them smiling and chatting with Macy and Elena. Braden's eyes are bright while Allie is animated as she talks. They look like they're having a good time. Braden repeatedly touches his coat as though to make sure that the ring is still there. It's not exactly subtle, but he is 10, so it's better for him to be overly cautious rather than careless. If Allie has picked up on it, she doesn't give any indication. Soon, the break is over, and the game returns with a vengeance. I'm so focused on getting the puck that any thoughts of what happens when the countdown ends completely vanishes from my mind. Like before, it's close. The opposing team is fighting for this as much as we are. But I have someone to fight for, and it fuels my determination. I catch a glimpse of the clock. 1 minute left. I gain control of the puck and skate to the opposing team's goal. This time I'm flanked by my teammates, and they keep the opposition off my back. I take the shot. It sails past the goalie into the goal just as the bell chimes, ending the game. The crowd goes wild, but I'm not paying attention to that. While the announcers comment on what just happened, I skate to Coach, who is waiting with a microphone. My teammates and the opposing team clear the rink. I speak into the mic. "May I have your attention, please?" The crowd immediately quiets down. This is something unusual, and they're eager to see what will happen next. "Some of you may have heard that I recently discovered that I have a son. Braden, will you come out onto the rink?" "Coming, Dad!" he shouts as Coach opens the door for him. He carefully walks to the center of the rink where I am. Learning about him is the best thing that has ever happened to me. I'm so proud of the man who my son is becoming every day, and I have his mother to thank for it. "Allie, please come out here." Coach helps her walk to the center of the rink. Her eyes are wide and brimming with unshed tears. but she's smiling so brightly that she's giving me sunburn. I met Allie in college, and though we had to break up when I moved to Florida, I never stopped loving her. Not a day went by that I didn't wonder what she was up to, and now I know, because not a day goes by without me at her side. I turned to her. Allie, you are the most wonderful woman I know. You're smart, kind, funny, and a wonderful mother. Every day I wake up and I have trouble believing just how lucky I am to have you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Braden? Braden, in his excitement, fumbles with his inside coat pocket, dropping the small box onto the ice. Allie gasps while Braden looks stricken. Dad, I'm sorry, I pat his shoulder. Well, I was about to get on my knee anyway. No harm done. With that, I kneel and hold up the box, revealing a ring glittering in the stadium lights. Allie, will you marry me? Yes, she says between sobs. Yes, of course, I'll marry you. The crowd applauds as I put the ring on her finger. Soon a chant starts up. Kiss, 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 kiss. I grin at her as I get up. Well, you heard them. Time to give the people what they want. Leaning down, I press my lips to hers. It's a long, chaste kiss, but it fills me with an unfathomable joy as the crowd cheers us on. Once we come up for air, we pull in Braden for a big family hug. I love you both so much, I say, around the lump in my throat. Braden breaks free of the hug and heads back to Elena and Macy, who also hug him. Allie starts to follow, but I take her by the waist. Nope, not us. We have different plans. She raises her eyebrows. We do? I kiss the tears from her lashes as I guide her back to the player entrance. We do. I've already set it up with Macy and Elena. He's having a sleepover at his aunt's house tonight. She kisses me one last time. What do you have planned? I wink. You'll see.
Chapter 29. Allie. Shortly after the conclusion of the game, and one of the happiest moments of my life besides having Braden, Justin whisks me away to his car. I am on cloud 9, ambivalent to anything going on around me. Justin told me before we left the rink that he arranged for Elena and Macy to watch Braden for the evening so we could go celebrate. I can't help but think about just how lucky I am to be marrying this man, who is always so thoughtful and considerate with me. A smile graces my face as I think about my fiancé. Never in a million years did I think we would find our way back together and have our little happy ending we had wished for so many years before. As we glide through the streets, the city lights blur into a twinkling sea of luminescence, but I am barely aware of our surroundings. My heart is still dancing with the thrill of the game and the happiness that continues to flood through me. Justin's left hand rests on my knee while his right maneuvers the steering wheel effortlessly. Every touch from him is a reminder of just how loved and cherished I am. We take a familiar turn, and it's then that I realize where we're heading. Memories flood my mind, and I feel a wave of nostalgia wash over me as we approach our old apartment building. Justin, are we... He gives me a conspiratorial smile, the corners of his eyes crinkling in that devilishly charming way. You'll see, he teases, a hint of excitement in his voice. He parks the car, and without missing a beat, rushes around to open my door. His hand feels warm and sturdy in mine as we walk through the lobby and up the stairs. We bypass the elevator, opting to use the route we used to take every day so many years ago. My anticipation heightens with each step we ascend. He leads me upwards, and soon enough, we reach the old rooftop door. The heavy rust-colored door creaks open, revealing a sight that takes my breath away. The roof is transformed into a romantic wonderland. Candles flicker gently in the soft breeze, their golden light illuminating a path of rose petals that lead us to the center of the rooftop. There, a cozy setup awaits us. A blanket with plush pillows perfectly arranged, making the space look both enchanting and inviting. The city skyline serves as the perfect backdrop, with the lights twinkling like 1,000 stars just for us. Justin, this is... Incredible, I manage to whisper, my heart swelling with emotion. He squeezes my hand, guiding me towards our little haven. I wanted tonight to be special. We've come a long way to get here, Allie. I wanted you to feel just how much you mean to me. We sit down on the blanket and he wraps an arm around me. The cool night air feels refreshing against my skin, yet the warmth of Justin's presence envelops me completely. It's astounding how every detail is a reflection of the memories we've built together. The candles, the petals, the familiar scent of lavender mixed with the night air. They all draw me back to when we first fell in love, young and hopeful, with dreams as vast as the sky above us. I rest my head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. This feels like a dream, I say softly, almost afraid to break the spell of the moment. Justin tilts my chin up so I can look into his eyes, those eyes that always seem to understand me without words. It's real, Allie, every bit of it. And I plan to spend the rest of my life making sure it's just the beginning. I melt into his embrace, feeling the truth in his words. We sit there for a while, lost in the comfort of each other's presence, reminiscing and laughing about our past, dreaming about our future. The world below us fades into insignificance as the stars above seem to shine just for us. He pulls out a small bottle of champagne and 2 flutes from a little cooler he had tucked behind one of the pillows. Popping the cork, he pours us each a glass, the bubbles effervescent and joyful. We toast to our journey, to our love, and to the endless adventures that lie ahead. To us, Justin says, clinking his glass gently against mine. To us, I echo, feeling an overwhelming surge of happiness and contentment. We sip the champagne, the crisp taste a delightful compliment to the night. Justin arranges the pillows so we can lie down and gaze at the stars. I nestle against him, feeling the rise and fall of his chest as we breathe in unison. Do you remember the first time we came up here? He asks, his voice tinged with nostalgia. I nod, a soft smile playing on my lips. Of course I do. We stayed up here for hours talking about our future, dreaming about what our life together would look like. And now, here we are, he says, his thumb tracing circles on my shoulder, living the dream. A comfortable silence settles between us as we take in the beauty of the moment. The stars seem brighter tonight, more vibrant, as if they too are celebrating our love. After a while, Justin pulls me closer and whispers in my ear, I have one more surprise for you. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small jewelry box. My heart skips a beat as he opens it to reveal a delicate necklace adorned with a pendant that matches my engagement ring. I wanted you to have something that symbolizes the infinite bond we share, he says, placing the necklace gently around my neck. The pendant catches the candlelight, shimmering with delicate brilliance. Just like this pendant, our love is eternal. My eyes well up with tears of joy, and I can hardly find the words to express what I'm feeling. Justin, it's beautiful. Thank you so much. I whisper, my voice trembling with emotion. He pulls me close, our foreheads touching. I love you, Allie, more than words can ever say. Every moment with you feels like a gift, and I want to spend the rest of my life making you as happy as you make me. Before I can respond, he captures my lips in a tender, soul-stirring kiss. It's a kiss filled with promises and dreams, with a history of love and a future of endless possibilities. His hands are gentle as they start to explore, as if they want to etch this moment into eternity. Slowly, ever so gently, he begins to undress me, his fingers delicately tracing the fabric of my clothes before they slip away piece by piece. Each touch is a reminder of his love and devotion. I feel the cool night breeze against my skin, but Justin's touch is like a warm blanket that envelops me, grounding me in the moment. His eyes never leave mine, filled with deep affection and desire. He undresses himself next, moving with a grace and confidence that makes my heart race. Once we are both bare, he lays me back down on the blanket, positioning pillows to support us. The soft fabric and the glow of candlelight create a cocoon of intimacy. Justin hovers above me just for a moment, allowing the gravity of our connection to settle in. I reach up, cupping his face, and he leans into my touch. "I love you, Justin," I say, hoping he can hear the depth of my feelings in those 3 simple words. He lowers himself, his body pressing against mine in a perfect fit. "I love you more than anything, Allie. More than words, more than actions. I can't wait to make you my wife." And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylerwalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylerwalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler. He holds me close, our bodies slick with sweat and satisfaction. The cool night air, now a gentle caress rather than a chill. I feel his breath against my ear, rapid and warm, and his heartbeat thumping in rhythm with mine. For a while, we lay there in silence, letting the afterglow envelop us. The stars above seem to sparkle even brighter, almost as if they are celebrating our love too. Justin brushes a strand of hair away from my face, his fingers lingering on my cheek. "You are my forever," he whispers, his voice filled with a profound tenderness that makes my heart ache with happiness. I turn to him, our faces inches apart. "And you are mine, always." We share a soft, lingering kiss that seals our vow, our promise to each other. As we lie there, tangled together under the night sky, surrounded by the faint glow of candlelight and the scent of rose petals, I realize how perfect this moment is. It's a moment of pure love and connection, a memory we will cherish forever.
Chapter 30. Brayden. "Brayden, come here. Let me fix your tie for you." Aunt Elena says she and Aunt Macy are both Mom's maids of honor, which means that it's their job to make sure that the wedding is perfect, and apparently that means having to make sure that my tie is on straight. The ring bearer can't have a crooked tie. I guess she straightens it for me and then slicks back my hair some more. "There, you look so handsome." "Thanks, you look really pretty," I say, and she does. Her hair is braided with flowers, and she's wearing a blush pink dress. I'm not sure what the difference is between blush pink and regular pink, but Mom was very insistent that it be blush pink. She smiles, not as pretty as your mom will be, when she walks down the aisle. "Do you think you'll ever get married?" I ask. She chuckles and looks away. I follow her gaze to Aunt Macy, who is helping to fasten Mom's veil in her hair. "I'm not sure," she says. "Maybe someday." I think back on the past few months. Mom and Dad have been running around like crazy, freaking out about flowers in napkin colors and how many vegetarian items they should include on the menu. Getting married looks like a lot of work. "I don't think I want to get married," I say. She raises her eyebrows. "Why not?" "I don't want to plan a wedding. It's too much to worry about. I think my head would explode." She throws back her head and laughs. "Are you sure you aren't actually Macy's kid?" "I'm pretty sure." "We're about to go," Aunt Macy says, helping Mom to her feet. She has her veil pushed back so I can see her whole outfit. I always thought my mom was pretty, but now she looks beautiful. The lacy white dress contrasts against her dark skin, like the moon in the night sky. Her hair cascades in curls that bounce around her shoulders. It's braided with pearls and little white flowers. But the most beautiful thing about her right now is her smile. It's so bright that the entire room seems to light up with it. Not even Aunt Macy, putting the veil over her face, can dim it. We head over to the church and get into line while the wedding march plays. While I wait, I feel a hand squeeze my shoulder and turn around. "Ready?" Mom whispers. I nod, grinning. Unlike the engagement ring, I swear that I won't drop my precious cargo. I'll carry them down the aisle with the utmost care. The doors open, and I slowly march down the aisle, careful to keep the rings on the pillow I'm holding. Once I reach the altar, I stand next to Dad. I look up at him, but his attention's completely on Mom, and I understand why. Like I said, she's never looked more beautiful. There's a bunch of reading and poetry about love, but I kinda tune it out. I know I shouldn't, but it's boring. If I voice that thought, though, I know my parents or aunts will just ruffle my hair and tell me I'll understand when I'm older. Instead, I focus on my parents. Dad has never looked more handsome than he does now. In his suit, he's tall and proud, smiling at Mom like she hung the moon in the sky. Mom is looking at him the same way. I guess that's what love is supposed to look like. Maybe I do want that someday, though the wedding part still seems pretty annoying. Maybe I could just run away with whoever I decide I want to marry. I heard that Elvis will officiate your wedding if you get married in Vegas. I thought he was dead, so having a ghost marry us would be pretty cool. The bride and groom have chosen to write their own vows. The priest says and then nods to Mom to start. "Justin, I remember when you first sat next to me in freshman year chemistry class. We were going to run a simple experiment for the first day, and I was so nervous that I almost completely ruined it." She pauses, letting the crowd laugh. Somehow, though, we became lab partners past that day. And once chemistry class was over, we stayed partners. We did everything together. Even back then, I think I knew you were going to be the one. Her eyes brim with happy tears. "You have given me the greatest gift of my life, in the form of our son. Words cannot describe how lucky I am that you came back into our lives after 10 years apart. Justin, you are the best man I know." She wipes a tear away. "You are kind and strong and loving. You're an incredible father and partner, and I am so proud to call you my husband. I love you so much, and I cannot wait for us to spend the rest of our lives together." Dad smiles, and he also looks on the verge of tears. "Allie, it's you. It's always been you. I've loved you from our first college class together, and I will love you until we're old, gray and bickering in the nursing home. You and Braden are the best thing to ever happen to me, and I will be forever grateful to have you in my life." He takes her hands in his. "I promise to always stay by your side, to love and support you in every decision you make, just like I know you would do for me. You are the love of my life." The priest has them give their vows and say, "I do." Then he turns to me. The couple will now exchange rings. That's my cue. I approach carefully and kneel in between them, proffering the pillow with the rings on top, like a knight presenting their sword to a king. The crowd around me chuckles, though I'm not entirely sure why. "With this ring, I thee wed," Mom says, putting a ring on Dad's finger. Dad places the other on hers. "With this ring, I thee wed." The priest smiles. "You may now kiss the bride." I scoot out of the way as Mom and Dad go in for the kiss. Everyone cheers, including me. All my life, I've known our family was different. Most of my classmates had at least one mom and one dad. Some had step-parents while others had 2 moms or 2 dads. I didn't know anyone else with just one mom and no dad. There was a time that I thought maybe my dad hit Mom, which was why I didn't know him. It was the only reason I could think of that made sense for him to not be in our lives. When I asked if that was why, she got a funny expression on her face and told me no, but also that I would understand when I was older. I'm still not entirely sure I understand why she kept me from him, but I don't think I'm mad at her. I mean, I was, but I know she didn't do it to be cruel. Everything Mom has ever done has been to take care of me. So I think she was just scared, and I get that. It doesn't make what she did right, but I forgive her. After the ceremony, we stick around to take pictures. Mom and Dad make sure that I'm in almost all of them, even when I would rather go into the reception. My stomach is grumbling, and I said that they were carrying little crab cakes on platters. Still, soon enough, Mom and Dad go in to make their first entrance as husband and wife. Then the party begins with their first dance. Mom and Dad don't take their eyes off one another as they glide across the floor. They're beaming at each other and look so in love. I hope I find someone who looks at me like that one day. I remember reading that 50% of all marriages end in divorce. That's a coin toss, but I think that Mom and Dad are made to last. Their love survived 10 years away from each other, and the secrets Mom kept, I'm sure it can survive just about anything life throws at it. Once their song is done, they pull me onto the floor. "Come on, Braden," Mom says, "dance with us." So I wouldn't be too bored. They did invite some of my friends to the wedding. I glance over at them, expecting them to be snickering, but they look really happy for me. One even gives me a thumbs up. Hopefully they won't tease me about this later. Then again, if they do, I will remind them that my dad is a hockey star, and that automatically makes me 10 times cooler than them, no matter what, so I don't have to worry too much about being embarrassed. It's a lot of fun dancing with my parents, and as the party goes on, the rest of my friends join me on the dance floor. We even teach some of the older guests some TikTok dance moves. You haven't lived until you've seen a grandpa flossing. When it's time to cut the cake, Mom and Dad make sure that I get a big piece of the chocolate layer because they know that it's my favorite. As I eat it, I watch the party. Aunt Macy and Aunt Elena are slow dancing together. Their love looks different than Mom and Dad. I'm not even sure if it's the same kind of love, but it's also special. Speaking of Mom and Dad, my parents are sitting at the head of the table, feeding each other cake. They're smiling and laughing to themselves. Like even in a crowd full of people, they only see each other. I decide to approach the table. Setting down my cake, I throw my arms around them. "What's that for?" Mom asks, giggling. "I just love you both so much." Dad squeezes me back. "We love you too, Braden, more than you know." For a moment, we just stay there, holding each other as a family.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.